Good morning, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53, the Planning Act 1990 is amended. This meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to the hearing procedure today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to the notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed of the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating on WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they are finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Now, before we get to the first item today, I'm going to ask our Secretary Treasurer if there's any minutes from the last meeting that we need to adopt.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one set of minutes. It's the June 6th minutes. Present was yourself, Ms. Martin, Mr. Fazeli, and Ms. Casson.
Okay, do I have a motion for that, to adopt those minutes?
Yes, I'd like to forward a motion to adopt the motion.
Yes, Mr. Fazeli, do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any deferral requests in the morning session?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no deferral requests that we know of in the morning session.
Okay, thank you. And are there any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for any of the items in the morning time slot? Okay, no declarations of interest. Great. Okay, so seeing as that there are no declarations of interest and no deferral requests, we are able to proceed straight on to the first item of the day. Item number 1, 2779 to 2781 Yonge Street and 15 to 21 Strathgowan Avenue. The purpose of the application is to obtain consent to sever the lands into 2 lots and to also create a perpetual easement right-of-way at grade and below grade. The easements contained in the application are in addition to any easements established through a former application, and this pertains to a series of planning files which have been included as part of our package. Do we have the agent with us?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Your name and address for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. The name is Max Laskin, and address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laskin. Now, I'm going to ask, I don't need a full presentation, but perhaps some words from you just to describe to our committee what you're asking for here today.
Absolutely, sir. And if staff could kindly pull up the color-coded reference plan that was dated June 28 in connection with the consent application that's before committee, that would be helpful to me. Thank you very much. The color-coded one, there you go. And if you could zoom in on that first page, that would be helpful. So, sir, these are fairly straightforward applications. I will provide only brief comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions. The applications relate to a recently constructed 9-story mid-rise building at the southeast corner of Yonge Street in Strathgowan. The project was approved through zoning amendments in 2020, and it includes rental residential units, condo units, and retail at grade along Yonge Street. The 2 applications before the committee this morning relate to that retail space at grade. As you noted, there's a consent application as well as an accompanying minor variance application that's technical in nature. I'll note at the outset, sir, that we have coordinated with city staff extensively on these applications, and they have not advised of any concerns. The consent application would allow the retail component at grade, which you can see on the reference plan here, to be severed into 2, with the southern portion noted as Part 2 there to be conveyed, and the northern portion noted as Part 1 to be retained. Associated easements are proposed to allow that southern retail unit to have access over certain shared areas. So you can see the retail waste disposal room, the corridor, the elevator to parking, and there's a small chamfered corner there that you see as well that the southern retail unit would have access to simply for the purposes of maintaining that space, clearing it of snow, etc. The proposed severance and easements would provide for 2 functional retail parcels with appropriate dimensions, which will support the activation of Yonge Street and promote a more vibrant public realm, consistent with provincial policy direction in the official plan. And in my submission, the proposed consents have regard for the criteria set out in the Planning Act and are worthy of approval. I'll note, sir, that the ECS has recommended certain typical conditions, and our client has no concerns with those conditions. Briefly then, turning to the variance application, this one is highly technical in nature, and it's simply intended to correct an error in one of the site-specific bylaws for the site. By way of background, the site is subject to both bylaws 43886 and 569-2013. As a result, when zoning amendments were approved for the site in 2020, 2 separate site-specific zoning amendments were enacted. The city's standard practice when it enacts site-specific bylaws is to include a provision that ensures that the site-specific standards in the bylaw continue to apply to the whole of the site, notwithstanding any severance. This ensures that the site-specific standards that are intended to facilitate the development continue to apply to the whole of the development and avoids unintended consequences associated with development standards drafted to apply to the whole development applying just to a smaller portion of it. And so the boilerplate language the city typically uses in these circumstances was included in one of the two site-specific bylaws, but was mistakenly omitted in the other. And so the proposed variance would simply add that same boilerplate language to the bylaw in which it was omitted. And sir, as I said, we have coordinated directly with city staff on this issue, and staff have advised of no concerns. The variance is highly technical in nature and minor in my submission and will implement the intent and purpose of the 2020 zoning approval for the site. And so I'd ask that the committee approve it as it meets the 4 tests in the Planning Act. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Laskin. Have you been in contact recently with community planning? I just curious if there's any discussion you had with them. I don't see anything in the
absolutely.
file from community planning. I do see a transportation memo, and I just also would ask, you are aware of the recommendations from transportation services, I presume?
Yes, sir. We are.
Okay.
And to answer your question, we have liaised directly with city staff and community planning in particular, who have been involved in the crafting of the consent application right from the start when it was first conceived. And more recently as well, on the specific language of the technical variance that I mentioned, sir, we met with them a couple weeks ago to confirm the language, and based on that discussion, we made minor refinements, and those refinements are reflected in the notice and the language of the variance that is before you.
Okay, thank you. The reason I ask is just typically we would receive a report from community planning, usually at the very least, if there's no issues or concerns, or if they are in support of the application, they typically provide some standard consent conditions. I don't know, we've got some up, we've got our standard consent conditions up on the screen. I'm not sure, has there been any discussion with planning about the inclusion of these conditions? If so, and I apologize that we're putting this up on the screen now, but I'm going to ask you to just take a quick look at it and ask if there's been any discussion about the inclusion of standard conditions with planning.
Sir, we're very familiar with those conditions and have no concerns with them. So would be content that those be imposed in addition to the ECS conditions that have been referenced in the staff report.
Okay, very good. Okay, any questions from other members? Okay, no questions at this time. Okay, if that's the case, we are ready to move this into committee for a decision. So thank you, Mr. Laskin. Okay, let's take this into committee now.
Just a quick reminder, Mr. Chair, it's both the consent and the related minor variance. That's before you.
Yes. I also note that we did pull up some standard conditions that would have normally been included in a staff report. There may be some consideration of the inclusion of those, in addition to the recommendations noted in the transportation services memo. Okay. Any comments? Motion? Yes, Mr. Bartolo. Yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. In reviewing the application, I can see that it's largely technical in nature and seeking to rectify some existing conditions through this application. I don't see any adverse effect on the local neighborhood, and I think it's just going to make good some overlooked items from the past. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following conditions. The first, that the ECS conditions from the May 16th, 2024 report be adopted, and that the standard consent conditions displayed here are made part of the approval.
Okay, thank you. Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, the application is approved. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 2. Just a moment here. It's a technical issue here. Just give me a moment. There we go. Apologize about that. Okay, item number 2. The subject address is 38 Heathview Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct additions to the front and rear of the existing dwelling. We've got variances for building height, side main wall height, front yard setback, north side yard setback, south side yard setback, lot coverage, building length, building depth, front stair width, and setback from a shoreline hazard limit or tabletop bank. On file, I have a memo from Urban Forestry, letter from the TRCA, letter of concern from 36 Heathview Avenue, and a staff report from Planning. We also have a letter of concern from Councillor Carroll. We have the agent with us.
Here, it's Peter.
Welcome. Your name and address, your full name, please?
It's Peter Del Grosso at 45 Silverado Trail, Woodbridge, Ontario.
Thank you. I just, before we get underway here, I noticed that there's no site plan in this package, and I don't know if it was missed or. Okay.
No, they have a full package. Last week we had a call from planning to defer this application. I haven't received any comments back from the city, so I don't even know what some of their comments are.
Okay, so you've received a request for deferral. You're not aware why.
The only thing I have is that the planners haven't had a chance to review this file, but they've had this file since January 3rd. And it's taken us 7 months to get a date, and now they want a deferral to review it. So I'm a little confused. I don't know where to go from here.
Sure, yeah. I perhaps there's a little bit of confusion needs to get sorted. It was my understanding through the file that you were aware of the request for deferral. So you're not putting forth a request for deferral today, sir?
I don't have any comments from planning, what their concerns are or what, like I have no letters from the 36 Heathview. I don't have any information regarding the councilor's comments. I don't have anything. So okay. I don't even know how to move forward with this file.
Let's maybe start by addressing the site plan, because I'll be honest, if we don't have a site plan for this, it's going to be very hard to deal with today. But
that's the site plan there.
Okay. Yeah. Let's pull that up. Okay, so, sir, you've got I mean, it's your choice. You know, we can proceed with the application as is today and hear it, or we can put in a request for deferral in order to provide you an opportunity to have a further discussion with city staff, and hopefully we can get you back on the agenda soon.
Okay, so you know what? My client just messaged to move forward with the application.
Okay. Okay, very good.
So yeah, so we'll see where we go from here, because like I said, if it's gonna cause some issues, then we'll defer it. But I'll let you know what the situation is right now. Okay.
Well, you're going to have to decide. I mean, if we're going to hear it, you're going to get a decision today, and the decision it may not be a decision to defer, right? So
yes, no, that's fine. We'll continue with the application.
Okay, very well. I'm going to ask for a presentation, sir. So if we can get the clock up and any of your presentation materials up on the screen, the floor is yours.
Okay. So if you could bring up that site plan again that we had there. I'll just explain to you some of the zoning information that we're applying for. The shaded area that's in gray, that is the existing building that's there now. That's the existing setbacks that we have on either side, 1.58 and 1.57. We're not touching anything regarding the existing building. What we're doing is we're just adding on a second floor to this bungalow. It's for personal reasons for their family to grow. We've gone through, we're adding a little bit to the front for our setback to be in line with the neighbors, number 40. So we're allowed for our setback to be with the average. So we comply with that. And we also are extending a little bit of the back to create more of a living space that they require for their family. We've gone through conservation, so we have all our setbacks to top of banks and all the required setbacks all comply. That's pretty much it. Building height is just based on the design because of the roof that we have.
Okay. Is that it?
That's all I have. Because I can't comment back on any other from any other comments. I'm just explaining to you the situation that we have, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I'm going to ask at this time if there's any questions from my colleagues for you.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The question for the applicant, for the staff report, which mentioned for the deferral, their concern is about variance number 10. So I'd like to hear what applicant can explain in terms of variance number 10 and how is that satisfy the floor test?
Thank you, Mr. Fazeli. Can I just
comment number 10?
Sorry, can I just confirm to the agent, you have seen that the staff report from planning?
No, I don't have a staff report.
Okay. You know what? Let's get that up on the screen. I want to give the.
That's why I'm trying to make comments, but I don't have.
Fair
I don't
enough.
have a report.
Yeah, we'll get it sorted.
Yeah.
Okay. So we do have a staff report from community planning that came in. I do want to give you a chance to look at the report, and I think given that you haven't seen the report, staff, can we confirm the report is on the city website right now? It's online. Sir, I think it's only fair that I give you a moment to review the report. I'd like to step down this item just so that you have the opportunity to review and discuss with your client. I don't want to put you on the spot with this up, be able to make a decision without being able to read it.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, but
it
this
is
is why I
posted.
tried to explain
It is
that I
publicly
don't
posted.
have any reports whatsoever, so I'm trying
It is
to
publicly posted.
work with
It is not
nothing,
always
right?
sent directly as a courtesy, but it is
Yeah.
posted publicly for the applicant to review.
Okay.
It
so
is
there
on
is
our
a-
AIC.
The report is posted publicly on the website, so there is access to it.
Okay.
Take a look at the report, and then we'll come back to it. I'm going to ask you about it, but I just want to provide. I don't want to put you on the spot and ask you questions when you haven't read the file. May not want it though. Let him read. Okay. All right. So, staff, we're going to stand down item number 2 and come back to it. Let's move on to item number 3, 130 GlenForest Road. The purpose of the application is to enclose the existing front porch with a variance for FSI and front yard setback. On file, I have material from the applicant, a letter of support from the adjacent neighbor, and a staff report from planning. We have the agent with us.
Yes, hi, this is Tanya Silver from 130 GLENFOREST.
Welcome. I'm going to
Thank you.
ask for a brief presentation from you.
Okay. Should I start now?
Sure. The floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much. So this is my home. We've just moved in. So the purpose of the application is to enclose a portion of the existing front porch. The house currently has a floor space index of 0.6, but the house was already extended to 0.67, and we'd like to add another 0.02 to take it to 0.69 in order to enclose this porch. So the other thing we'd like to add is the front yard setback. It's currently at 5.48, and we'd like to amend it to 3.45. And this will allow us to create a front porch that will, work for our family with young children. It's in line with our neighborhood style and the sizes of the homes. I have a large home to one side of me, and on the other side of me, 134, they have actually, they're in the process of enclosing their front porch, having had their variance approved through your committee recently. They're in support of the application. It will bring the front line of our house in line with theirs.
Sorry, and that address you mentioned was 134?
134 GLENFOREST, yes.
Oh, okay. Very good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, and you're aware of the staff report and the requested recommendation from them?
Yes, I saw the staff report. I'll consult. So I'm the house owner. So the technicality of the staff report, I didn't quite understand what they were talking about in terms of develop substantially. I'm not sure what the terminology means, if that accepts it as it is, or if there's a change we need to do, but I can
Sure.
go back to my-
The word substantially is intended to provide a little bit of latitude. If, we just want to ensure that, if we're approving this, that what we're approving is essentially what's going to get built. So if you're for example, you're applying for a porch enclosure, it's, showing half of the porch up to a certain point, that may be something of consideration when you're going to apply for a permit. So you can increase the enclosure, but I think the variances capture that. Does that make sense?
Yes, I guess my follow-up question would be, with regards to increasing the floor space index, is that word substantially sort of capturing that when I go to apply for the permit for the porch?
No, it's, it might have things to do, like, if somebody comes and changes the building, like the cladding material, they might want to change the type of window or the window size or the window location. Those things there may be some latitude there, right? But what we don't want is we don't want to see, this porch enclosure, when it goes to permit, increase in size, 2 or 3 times or frankly, any size at all. So it's just really there to keep that. It's a standard condition that's just meant to keep things in place.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. We have no intention to change our plans, so.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Thank you. And no other questions? Okay. If there's no other questions, let's take this into committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application with the condition that the proposed front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the staff report. I believe the proposed front yard setback maintains the intent of official plan and zoning bylaw. It's minor, and I believe it's appropriate development for the site.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? Mr. Allison opposed. Okay. All right. You have your approval.
Thank you.
Okay. Going back to item number 2, 38 Heathview Avenue. Let's get the agent back. Mr. Del Grosso?
I'm here.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to see the staff report?
Yes, I've looked at the staff report. Uh, they're asking for a 10-meter setback from the hazard area. That'll never happen because the existing house is at 2.98 meters. And we're not touching the existing house.
Okay. Sir, I mean, I don't mean to, it's your choice. You are the agent representing the applicant. It's your choice whether to proceed or not for a decision today. We're happy to hear the item. We've reviewed the file, so we're happy to review the file and hear it today for you.
I'm considering to deferral it because I want to talk to planning there to get that hazarded area cleared up, because that's going to be a critical issue.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take this into a committee now. We have a request for deferral. So to provide the applicant an opportunity to discuss further with community planning. Sorry, TRCA, yes, with TRCA, both, yeah.
Mr. Chair, there's an objection letter. Do we need to hear from, are they here?
I don't believe we have any other speakers. Yeah,
All right, fair.
yeah. Yeah, okay. Do we have a motion?
I can put forward a motion to defer this application.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
to
Martin.
Speak further with planning and TRCA and Ravines.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion.
I second that.
Second by Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The item is deferred. Okay,
All right. Thank you so much.
okay. Hopefully we'll get that wrapped up quickly and see you back here very soon, okay, sir?
Okay, thank you so much.
All
Have a
right.
great day.
Thank you, you as well. All right, item number 4, 78 Waterloo Avenue. Purpose of the application is a proposal for a front canopy and a rear and second floor addition on file. We've got a number of variances, including east side yard setback, rear deck projection, front yard setback, rear deck projection, front yard setback, first floor elevation height, and platform area, and a variance related to a parking space size. On file, I have material from the applicant as well as a memo from transportation. Do we have the agent with us?
Sorry, good morning. Ida Evangelista. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit faint.
Okay.
I can hear you, but it's a little faint. Can you get you a little bit closer to the mic?
Sure. How is that better?
Little bit.
Okay.
No,
I have an idea. Sorry. Just one
no
second.
problem. Let's get this sorted. I guess she's calling back in, I presume.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
Your name and address
Wonderful.
for us.
Sure. Ida Evangelista, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Welcome
On
back.
behalf of the owners,
Yep.
thank you. On behalf of the owners of 78 Waterloo, before we start, couple of things. there's one of the variances. We have removed a few variances, but variance number 1 should read west side yard, not east.
Yes, yes.
So what we have done is we have approached the owners of 80 Waterloo on the west side, and they have signed, we have reviewed the site plan with them, and they have signed a letter of support and acknowledging that that west side will remain as is. And I've shared that letter with the staff. So that's one. Number 2, our proposed rear deck projection has been removed.
Yeah, variance number?
Number 5, 2,
Okay, yeah, I see
variance
number,
number 2
okay. Perhaps let's just
has
deal,
been removed.
maybe we should, let's deal with the first matter with respect to variance number 1, because my concern is there'll be a discussion today whether or not the item requires deferral or not. And while I appreciate that, you know, the neighbor is on board and that efforts have been made to correct the error, you know, I have to ask how my colleagues feel about this, just given the fact that the public notice is incorrect. And it's, while I do agree, it's great that the neighbor has been, you know, reached out to and they acknowledge the error. They're not the only ones that receive the public notice. And I have a little bit concerned, frankly, with the error, and think that we may need a deferral to get this corrected so that staff can recirculate the notice. But maybe just ask my colleagues how they feel.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have also, just so you know, I understand that, you know, the public notice has gone out as is. However, even with the way it is, there's no opposition, there's no neighbors that have called in regarding this matter. We've also reached out to the neighbor on the east side at number 76. He has passed away. The house is up for sale and remains vacant. I would like to add that this is just simply the footprint of the house is staying exactly as it is. We are just adding a second floor to the proposed home.
Okay.
So with this, I truly hope that we can move forward.
Fair enough. You know what, I should add, you know, it really doesn't, for at least the concern for me is has nothing to do with the merits of the application, but just frankly, the process.
I understand.
Regulatory process, right? And I can't say that, you know, somebody isn't going to come forward after, you know, somebody that did receive this notice isn't relying on that. I don't have evidence of that. But I would like to ask my colleagues if they have any concern with the error on the first variance.
Yeah, I'll start the conversation and officially
Sure.
and say I don't have a problem with it. I think the biggest impact would be the neighbor on the west side of this application, and I don't see any harm in accepting the change on the floor. So I think it's okay. I don't think it's been wildly misrepresented. So I think we're okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'm in agreement with Ms. Casson.
Okay. So I appear to be the only one that has a concern with the notice there, but I'm glad I did ask my colleagues. So with that information, I will ask if you would like to proceed with a brief presentation, or you would like to defer the matter. Yeah. Yeah. If we do a presentation, we'll go through the modifications.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate Member Casson and Martin for that. So I will, with that being said, I would like to proceed, and I will now go through the modifications of the application. So variance 1, we've determined it as the west side. Variance number 2 has been removed. Our rear deck now complies.
Okay,
Variance number 3 and 4 are existing situations and remain. Variance number 5, which is the platform, we now comply to 4 square meters, so that variance has been removed. And variance number 6 is the existing driveway, which remains, and transportation does not have any problems with that particular variance, as you see from the transportation report that you received. The variance that we have are quite minor. Our front yard setback, as I mentioned, is an existing situation. We are, continuing with the existing footprint. We do have a very minimal first floor above grade entrance, as you see from my submission package that I provided to you. Because you'll see the front yard setback, there is an area at the front of the house. We are creating a tandem parking spot. However, majority of in that area, that front yard setback of 7.67 is only for that area in front of the garage, whereas the remaining home and majority of the remaining home is an existing situation and complies. And we have our, if we can go to the next slide. And you'll see our front, the elevation, we are 0.06, we're at 1.26, again, very minimal. And this is very characteristic to other homes in the neighborhood that you'll see that I provided. They all have anywhere from about 3 to 5 steps to enter to the front door. So again, this is very characteristic to the neighborhood and very minimal for that matter of a variance. So the minor variance application that you have in front of you is very minor in nature, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, it doesn't appear we have any questions. Thank you very much for that presentation. Let's take this into committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion for approval of this application. I think the requested variances are quite minor and meet the 4 tests and, as amended, the application as amended. There's no forestry conditions, so my motion stands.
Yeah, I second that motion.
Okay. Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. It's approved. Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
all right, moving on to item number 5. 56 Munro Boulevard. The purpose of the application is to construct a loggia, cabana, and pool fence enclosure in the rear yard of the subject property. We've got 3 variances for a rear loggia setback, lot coverage, and rear soft yard landscaping. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a staff report from community planning. We have our agent with us.
Yes, that would be me.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's my understanding that this is a modified application as well?
Yes, it is,
It is.
Mr. Chair. We spoke to planning, and the loggia canopy, for another definition, was just over 5% of coverage, so it was being added to the coverage of the property. So we have reduced the size of the loggia / canopy, and it's now being removed. So we've removed variance number 1 because we now comply with the side yard, and we have reduced variance number 2 We've modified it to 36.17.
Okay.
Variance number 3, which is a bone of contention with planning, as you saw from their report. But I would like you to refer to my submission package. So back in 2011, and let's keep in mind that this is an existing situation. All we want to do here is we want to build a canopy over at the rear, off of the rear yard, at the exit of the side of the home, as you can see from page 2 on my submission package. Just one second, they're just pulling up my submission package. That way you have a better understanding, because so back in 2011, the owners of 56 Munro submitted for a pool permit. This pool permit, they built this backyard according to the pool permit that they submitted in 2011. It was approved, stamped, and closed. Nothing has changed in this backyard since then. The landscaping remains as is. As you can see, the photos, I've taken several pictures of the rear yard from all different angles, just to give you an idea of, you know, what's in the backyard. Still, do you not have my submission with all the beautiful pictures, Sam? So you'll see that the rear yard is existing. We're not changing it. Everything is exactly the same to what it was. All we would like to do, and all this is simply for, is just to put a canopy off the back of the building, just to provide some extra shade and extra seating area, so that they can, you know, have, you know, I'm seeing that staff is having a hard time locating the submission. Members, did you receive my submission with the photographs of the backyard? Mr. Chair?
I think staff are indicating that they did receive it, but it did come in late, so it may be in a separate package. We'll just give us a moment. We will pull that up.
It wasn't late. Here it is. No, yeah, it wasn't late. This is it. Yep. So if we can go to page 2. There, yep, page 2. So if you can take a look at, and this is simply, so you'll see at the top left picture, you'll see that side door there. So the canopy will be in that location. You'll see that the hardscaping, soft landscaping is existing. We're not changing anything. This is simply to add a canopy, a loggia off the back of the house, just to provide you know, some coverage for that eating area, some shading. And I understand that, you know, planning have some concerns with it, but as I've said, there's no way. We also have to, you know, keep in mind that this is an area where we do have a swimming pool. We have to keep an area so that it's safely to walk around. This particular backyard, the sloping, the way all the landscaping is situated, there's no flooding, there's no overflow of water. The neighbors are all in support. They've never complained. So if we can just, you know, just think about the actual application of what we are presenting, and it's just simply to put in the canopy on the rear of the house, and everything else is to remain exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little curious. You know, you said that everything in the backyard is existing. The house itself, the building itself was approved less than 10 years ago. So it's a fairly new building, which sort of leads me to believe that what's in the backyard, the swimming pool and the hardscaping is fairly new as well, certainly within the last 6-7 years. So I guess the question that I have is, I mean, you state it's existing, and you state that they got a permit to install the swimming pool, but the question is, why wasn't any of the soft landscaping at the rear flagged at that time if it was done for a permit or if it was done through the regulatory process? Why wasn't the hardscaping flagged at that point? Because essentially you're asking us to, approve the landscaping in the back. We're actually, legalizing an existing condition. So while we're allowing for the approval of this loggia, we're also legalizing the existing condition of all the hardscape in the backyard. I'm sorry, just while you say it's existing, perhaps you could provide a little bit more information as to how it got to be how it is. Did the bylaw change since then? Or, in all honesty, was it missed? Is it an error, or was this done after the permits were closed and now the homeowners are kind of getting caught because they're coming back to us at committee and realize they've done some stuff that may have required approval in the past? I don't know, but I've got some questions and concerns myself with respect to that variance. So I should provide you an opportunity to elaborate a little bit more on the existing nature of this and how it came to be.
Okay. So back in 2005, this home was built. It went to Committee of Adjustment. At that time, there was no landscaping because there was no intent for the swimming pool to be built. And then subsequently back in 2011, there was a permit that was submitted to, back then, City of North York for a pool permit. Now, there was no flagging. The way that the backyard, it wasn't that, the owners then turned around and built something different. They built exactly what was submitted to, because they built exactly what was submitted for a pool permit back in 2011. Now, we have to keep in mind that this was inspected after the fact. The permit was closed. There's no OTC that was issued for this rear yard. I've been trying to find out, because that is a valid point, Mr. Chair. Was it calculated differently back then than it is now? Perhaps. But what I can speak to, and that's what I was trying to find out on how things were calculated then versus now, because back then it was the old 7625 bylaw. What I can speak to is that the pool permit was issued as is. The rear yard was constructed per the pool permit. The permits were closed and there were no violations that were issued, which speaks volumes to me, because that just states that the backyard was constructed per the permit back in 2011.
And you don't have a copy of that permit or those drawings to show that the hardscaping was?
We tried, we've searched through. I'm not sure. I know C of A wasn't able to get a hold. We did get a copy of the C of A decisions going back to 2005, because I myself wanted to see if that was, a variance when they constructed the house. But at the time there was no, and when I spoke to the owners, there was no intent. When they built the house, that was all, they could do at that time, was build the house. So the pool came much, much later. And unfortunately, it wasn't them that organized the backyard. And, since then, pool person's no longer around. And we've been trying, it's basically a needle in a haystack. But what I did find out is that, and going to the building department, that it was constructed, it was closed, it was stamped, there were stamped drawings, the permit was closed, and no orders were issued. So for me, that alludes to it was built in accordance to the permit that was submitted. And nothing has changed back here.
Right. Well, the only concern I have with respect to the permit is you noted it's a permit for an in-ground pool, right? I don't know that the permit could have been, so anyone can take out a permit to install a pool, whether or not they're going to include all of the hardscaping for the rest of the yard on that permit, I'm not sure, right? And because you haven't submitted that application that authorized all of that hardscaping in the rear yard as an existing condition, I mean, frankly, if you can understand my position, it's lacking a little bit of evidence to, justify the amount of hardscape that is currently back there. And then to take it one step further as to acknowledge it and authorize it through this application, like I said, there's a little bit of concern there because we're not just dealing with the loggia, we're dealing with the backyard in its entirety with respect to that variance. So maybe I'll leave it there. My colleagues might have some questions for you.
And Mr. Chair, I would also like to add, this is all, as you can see, these are all permeable pavers. So, and there is gaps between, so for, rainwater to permeate the ground.
Okay, very good. That's worth noting. Thank you. Are there any questions for my colleagues? I know we've had a bit of discussion on this one.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's the same. For me to look for the variances, basically, I look into basically just checking if the fortests are there. I totally understand that this is a different situation we're facing, whereas it was built and it was permitted. At the same time, I want to lead my question this way, that the applicant mentioned that this is a neighborhood that has a similar situation. I've heard something similar to this. So the question for the applicant, do you have any evidence that you could relate on within your neighborhood that has a similar situation in terms of your variance number 3 for the yard, the rear yard soft landscaping? Do you have any evidence that follows similar ratio?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Member Fazeli, I don't have actual numbers. I can, I took a look at the aerial view. We do also have the owner on as a registered speaker, so she would be able to speak to that a little bit more in depth. I don't have actual, landscaping decisions per se for the area in its entirety. But what I can do is, if we can refer to the aerial photo, there are other homes in the neighborhood that have similar situation to what we are proposing. And when the owner does speak, she can provide you a little bit more detail, even insofar as why and how this transpired and why she wants the canopy and versus other neighbors in that area.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. No, thank you so much for explaining this, the applicant. My question was more focused and more specific. So I think I've had a good amount of information in terms of like what you have described through Mr. Chair's questions. So I'm fine with, I received what I needed to know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions right now? Ms. Martin?
Just, when was the landscaping and the pool built again? When, I know you said you got the permit in 2006, I think it was, or 2011. So when was it actually built?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Member Martin, the permit was received, I believe, in 2011. I don't have an exact date, but I do know 2011, and they started construction shortly thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question for the owner.
Okay. Ms. Evangelista, thank you very much. I'm going to very, very quickly ask the owner to come online to answer a question of one of our members, if she's available.
Okay, thank you. I believe she's on, she has registered to speak, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we do have her.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could Miss Evangelista clarify who the owner is?
I believe we sent the information to Sam. Her name is Manny Muskowski.
'Cause they don't
She was
appear to be
one-
online.
Okay, she's 647-294-1200. Are you online?
No, she's not there. No.
Oh, okay. Can she just speak? Can I just have her? Because I know, member Casson, you had a question for,
Member
owner?
Martin had a question.
oh,
Maybe
member Martin. My
perhaps you can
apologies.
ask the question to the agent and they can.
Yeah.
ask the owner.
Sure. I mean, I figure that the owner would know if all the hardscaping was included in the permit application that you got approval for the pool. So I just wanted her to comment, was the hardscape or the total design included in the permit?
Correct. It was. It was submitted by our pool company, Aaron, who was Mayfair. I'm sitting here with my husband, and yeah, it was submitted in 2011. So everything was done with pool. There was a drawing, and our landscaping was not done by Baumeister. They designed it, the entire landscape, and that was submitted to the city.
So it was
We're not changing anything.
this drawing
it's
that's in.
currently.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it's the drawing, like the drawing, the drawing that shows the pool, all the hardscaping and the softscape. That exact drawing was submitted to the city. Is that right?
More or less, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're not changing any of we have not changed or asked for any more or any less. The landscaping is exactly the same. The thing is exactly the same. Nothing is changing. All that's happening is the loggia, which is essentially a canopy, is going up at the view of the house. And really, that is it. Nothing else changes. And to be quite honest, it's graded in such a way that we are, we have no issues with water. We're controlling our water. We have no issues, obviously. The neighbors don't have any issues. It's worked, right? There's nothing, there's no water pooling anywhere, but we have a beautiful garden in the, around the perimeter, and trees and lots of greenery. So, and I think it was done so in such a way so that we could manage that water and control the water. That's why it's done the way it is.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. If there's no other questions, I think we can move into committee at this time. Okay. Thank you to both speakers. Let's take this matter into committee for some discussion and a motion, hopefully.
Mr. Chair, I believe there's someone wishing to speak this application.
We do. I apologize. Yes, can we please get that individual? Please state your name and address for us.
Yes, my name is Leslie Routier. I live at 58 Munro Boulevard, which is next door.
Welcome.
And thank you. We would like to actually oppose this variance. I mean, most importantly, although the plan may be hardscaped completely, as as it's indicated in the drawing, there's still a concern for us for water runoff. And I'm also very worried about all the construction with our trees and all the plantings on our side of the fence. I sent in a couple of pictures. I don't know if those could be shown right now. The second reason for opposing this is, aside from all of the hardscaping, is it's really qualitative, and it's based on the immediate and substantial impact on our property for us. The impact of having, I mean, they are describing it as a canopy, but if you look at the drawings, sorry, just waiting for the picture. If you look at the drawings, it's actually 12 feet high, 12-inch pillars, stone wall right against our breakfast nook. I sent in a couple of photographs just from our house. They were just separate. If you go to AO5 anyway, AO6 rather, that page, it'll show you a bit more. So even though they're describing it as a canopy, it's basically a solid wall that's 12 feet high. So it's double the size of the existing fence right now, double the height, and it's 20 feet long. That's covering, almost, a third at least of the whole backyard, maybe half. And we have, a lot of planting there. I just planted 10 cedars. I'm just worried about our quality of life, with our view, because this is now going to be our concrete wall view out of our breakfast area, and the negative impact on our plantings, and also the impact on our resale value of our home. I think that this is a solid enough structure. It's almost considered a house extension, but that's not for me to decide. But it's much more than a canopy by the appearance of the drawings. And in addition, they add privacy walls there, which are in between, within the variance of 6 feet. So I don't know, that doesn't seem to be clarified here, but they do talk about it. And that's another concern. So I would strongly hope and encourage you to deny the request for this variance that's being recommended by the planning staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Let's take it back to Ms. Evangelista to provide an opportunity for a response.
The structure, there are posts, that is correct. There will be a portion of the cabana that will be attached to the home. There will be 2 posts at the front. The cabana is all open. It is just a canopy as is. There is a small knee wall that I believe is about 2 feet 6 inches high, and that's to serve like storage, refuse, just to, storage for their outside wear. As you can see from the photos, and let's keep in mind, I know the neighbors at 58, they're concerned with the trees. So prior to us, when we go to building permit, all trees have to be protected. This particular property is quite heavily treed. The owners do not want to harm or injure any trees that they have. Actually, they'll be adding additional trees to the area. And I respectfully submit, I don't believe that it will infringe on the neighbor's property. It will. There are trees between 56 and 58, so there is some privacy for both. And the canopy is completely open. The 2 pillars are structural per Ontario Building Code, and I will speak to the owners. I believe they do talk, and we'll keep the area clean for construction. It will all be constructed within the allotted hours, and I'll have them have a conversation just to confirm that it will not impede on their privacy and their lifestyle.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any questions?
I have one question here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Bartolo.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Evangelista, you noted that it's all open air. The neighbor's concern is that they're going to be facing a large stone wall. On plan view A04, it notes stone wall with mounted TV, but then in elevation it shows it open. Unless I'm misinterpreting it. Could you just comment on that quickly, please?
The intent here is it's not going to be something, it's something that's going to come in from that. You see that there's a wall on that elevation. The TV is going to be, what's the proper word? It's going to be mounted within that wall and it's going to elevate. Right? So it's going to come up and then it's going to go down. So it will remain open. So the TV will just be raised when needed and then it comes down. Does that make sense to you, through you, Mr. Chair, Member Bartolo?
It makes sense
So-
to me.
so-
It's not labeled that way, but if that's the intent, I mean, that is what you show in elevations, just not what you show in plan.
Yeah, that is the intent, through you, Mr. Chair, Member Bartolo.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Thanks for that clarification. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you again to all of our speakers. Let's take this matter into committee for a decision. Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify with staff, removing variance 1, amending variance 2, and no change to variance 3.
I'm ready for a motion, Mr. Chair. If nobody else is.
You can go ahead. I was just going to say, I think that the approval that was granted for the pool permit would have been done in accordance with the zoning that was applicable was the old North York zoning bylaw. And I don't believe the requirement for soft landscaping was required then. It's a function of the new bylaw, which postdates the actual construction.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So I don't have the same concern about the soft landscaping. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah. I mean, that's frankly a game changer for me because I don't think it's fair to ask somebody to go remove something that complied just because they're trying to convert one hard space to another. So I thank you for that. I know you have a little bit of expertise with the bylaws in this part of town. Okay.
I just have concern that they might, in future, close it in. And I think that if it is approved, we need to have a condition that it is not closed in. Very little of it is open, actually, because they have double panels, it looks to me, on either side, and then some sort of other panel system. So to me, it's not very open, and there's that fear that it will be closed in.
Anybody want to bring a motion?
I can
Yeah.
put forward a motion, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you through you, and kind of understanding the long discussion on this and understanding the change in the bylaws that happened since the pool construction up until today and the dates associated with that. I don't think we can hold them accountable for things that happened in the past that were approved. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions: that variance number 1 be eliminated, variance number 2 be changed to 36.17%.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Just to clarify, could we add on that the canopy loggia remain unenclosed? You okay with that amendment?
I'm happy with the friendly amendment. Is it appropriate to do it like in accordance with the plan submitted to tie it to what's been proposed here today?
That's fair.
I hesitate, they may have had a revision,
Oh, true.
unless they have an updated site plan. Well, this site plan wouldn't help.
I think we need to put the condition that it remain unenclosed, otherwise we could be approving
No
some.
issues with that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Yeah, second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Oh, the motion fails. I'll look to my other two members for either comments or maybe a motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's, for me, I think I'm just gonna go ahead with the motion. I'd like to, and we'll see where it goes. I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application as amended, however, to remove the variance number 3. Refuse variance number 3. That is my motion.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Martin. Okay, all in favor? Okay, the motion carries. The app opposed, thank you. Yeah, opposed, Mr. Bartolo and Ms. Cassin. The application is approved in part as modified. Okay. All right, let's take a break at this time. It's 11:22. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume at 11:33. Welcome back, everybody. We are on item number 6, 78 Shalmar Boulevard. The purpose of the application before us is to construct a new dwelling. We've got a number of variances before us, including east and west setback for a rear platform, building length, FSI, east and west side yard setback, and driveway width. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memo from transportation, as well as an email from Metrolinx, and a form letter of support from 76 Shalmar Boulevard. We have the agent with us.
Good morning. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner.
And your address, Mr. Laszlo. Welcome back.
Thank you. 193 Rowe Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you. Just give us a second here.
Of course.
Mr. Lazo, maybe I can just ask you to speak to the deferral request that came from transportation.
Yes, of course. Okay, so the report itself is kind of favorable in that if you look in the comments section, it says from a transportation perspective that proposed parking space poses no operational issues. So that, you know, in essence, they're sort of stating they don't have an issue with the actual variance being sought today with regards to the driveway width. Their kind of issue, and we spoke to them about this as soon as we received this, their issue is they want this, and this is kind of the first time this has happened, to be quite honest. We have, if staff could put on the site plan, it would sort of clarify everything. It just has to do, their concern is with the curb cut and the entrance from the street. Our initial, if you just scroll up just a bit there, okay. So just coming from the street, we were going to maintain the existing driveway, and then we were going to flare out to a double wide driveway, okay, double width driveway. But we're, again, going to maintain on city property, we're going to maintain the existing portion of the driveway, which was only single width. They actually want us to widen the curb cut and the portion of the proposed driveway that's on city property. They want it all to be the same width. So double wide all the way down to the street. And we, of course, have no problem with that. Typically, they take the opposite sort of stance, and they want us, they don't want to, like when we're only permitted to have a single wide driveway and we are proposing a double wide driveway, we very typically, and they want us to have a single car entrance from the street. But in this case, they want us to widen it up and double it up. So we, of course, have no problem with that. We have already submitted to them a revised site plan. It didn't make it to the committee on time, but this is just a couple days ago. So we've already kind of fulfilled their request. So I'm hoping that it's not going to cause any delay. And I'm not even sure, it's not for me to say, of course, but if committee is to approve this application, I'm not even sure at this point if a condition should be put on with reference to this report, because we've already fulfilled their request. We already sent them the double wide, you know, a revised site plan showing the double wide curb cut.
You can include a standard. Okay, I mean, if it's been done, it typically they're standard conditions. It would require, you know, a submission. If the submission's already been done, then that's good that you've gotten ahead of the process in that respect. I do have to ask you though, with respect to the variance for the driveway width, why the application is seeking to extend, or I guess maintain, the width all the way from the side property line and the side yard when the driveway is now at the front and integral?
Well, all the way to it currently goes all the way to the side property line. We are actually just widening it to the left or to the west, just so we can allow for 2 cars on that driveway. You can see there's a dashed line and it says extent of existing driveway. So there is a, so we're, yeah.
Right, but I mean, in all fairness, I mean, this is a new build, right? Like you guys are based on the application, it seems that it's likely that this driveway is going to be reconstructed, right? It's not so, you know, why do we have in the front yard, you know, that whole side yard portion of the front yard there? It's not a right of way. It's not required for access. And as I said, there's an integral garage now that's moved towards the center of the property and a widening towards the center. Why isn't the green space or that driveway then just moved over?
I guess in essence, you know, there's a tree, if you can see, there's a large city tree to the east, which we were kind of staying out of that. We just sort of didn't want to call into play forestry issues. So we really just wanted to maintain as much of the existing driveway as possible. But, you know, based on what you just said, yes, that would be a potential option to move the entire driveway over. Again, we were just trying to maintain as much of the existing driveway as possible.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't want to create any issues with respect to access, but it didn't seem like the variance was something that was, you know, critical to the project. I was just wondering if there's any specific reason for that, maintaining the widening on the one side. But you've clarified that. I should ask my colleagues if they've got any other questions at this time for you. Can get out of the way off the bat.
I just have a quick question. There's an area that says existing bush area, and it looks like if you extend the driveway, you're going to cut into that. Is that significant at all, or there's no trees in that area? Is that right?
Funny enough, when we were going back and forth with, first of all, thank you for the question. When we were going back and forth trying to figure out exactly what the transportation wanted us to do, you know, with this widening of the curb cut and whatnot, we brought to their attention, one of the reasons we don't want to widen the driveways because we're going to be encroaching into these bushes. Okay, and a portion of those bushes are city owned. Transportation actually went and spoke to the forestry department and got clarification from the forestry department that they would be okay with us widening the curb cut and the city portion of the driveway and encroaching into those bushes. So forestry apparently has no issue. We will put forward the appropriate, you know, forestry permit applications, but we've already gotten the heads up that they're okay with it. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Because it's odd because the transportation report actually only wants you to increase the width of the curb cut, it doesn't mention the driveway at all.
Yes, but in speaking with them, I think, yeah, there were, you know, a few details here and there left out of that report. But yes, in essence, they want us, their concern was they wanted a portion of the driveway leading to the street directly in front of the garage door. That was why they wanted us to widen so they want us to widen the curb cut as well as the city portion of the driveway, even though it may not be totally clear in the report.
Okay, thank you.
One final question concerning this driveway, Mr. Lasso. I guess is the variance, you know, for the driveway widening then required if we can just construct the new driveway within an as of right without any forestry issues?
I'm sorry, I'm not following 100%.
I'm just, if my understanding is that we're going to have a curb cut, some form of adjustment to the curb here. Is the variance for the driveway width, is it required then? If you can still, can you build with it? Do we need that variance then? Or it seems to me that within the as of right, you can get a driveway in front of the integral garage straight to the street without any issue. And that the hardscaping in the side portion of the front yard may not be required. Is that fair to say, or is that widening still required for this application?
Well, it's required because for a new house, you kind of lose any sort of existing legal non-conforming widths or driveway sizes or anything. And because our garage, the interior width of our garage is only 4.57 meters wide, and we would like to be able to park 2 cars side by side. That's really what it comes down to. We need the extra width. So in
Okay, I
essence,
understand.
we're going.
No,
Yeah,
I that's
I don't know if
it's a
that
fair
answers.
answer. I just didn't understand. I thought I saw a single garage. I thought a single driveway would suffice, and you could put some nice landscaping on the side. But I certainly understand and respect the desire for 2 parking spaces within the driveway.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what it comes
yeah,
down
fair
to.
enough. Okay, any other questions? None? Okay. I know we didn't have a formal presentation from you, Mr. Lazo, but I think this, I don't think we required a fulsome presentation. I think there were just a couple of specific questions to the driveway. If there's anything else you'd like to add concerning the application, it is your opportunity. Otherwise, I will take this matter into committee for a decision for you.
Thank you. I think the remaining variances are relatively straightforward. I kind of knew it was going to come down to this transportation report, and that's where all the discussion would head.
Yeah, we try to be
So,
mindful of our time here, and yours. Okay, so
thank you.
that said, let's take this into committee for a decision.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion for approval.
Yes,
if
Ms.
There
Cassidy.
are no other comments. I think this application is reasonable. It's minor. I think it meets the 4 tests. And so therefore, subject to the transportation services condition to widen the curb cut to 6 meters, because we don't have the revised plan in front of us. So we'll just make that a condition. There's no forestry, so a motion to approve.
Okay, we do have a seconder. Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion carries. Application is approved.
Thank you very much.
All right. Item number 7. Number 1, Tangmere Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a side addition and second-story addition to the existing dwelling in conjunction with other interior and exterior alterations. On file, I've got 2 variances for side yard setback and lot coverage. On file, material from the applicant and a memo from Urban Forestry. Let's get the agent online.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you? And
Good to hear.
your name and your
Excellent.
address?
My name is Joy Matthews. I'm the owner of the property. Address is the subject address, 1 Tangmere Road.
Okay, thank you very much. Just give us a moment here. Just going to ask my colleagues whether they require a full presentation on this. Okay, I see not. So we have all the material before us. We don't require any presentation. If there's anything you'd like to add, it is your opportunity. Otherwise, I will let's take this into committee for a decision for you.
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, let's move this into committee.
I can propose to approve this application. The variances are minor in nature and it meets the 4 tests.
I believe there might be an urban forestry number 1.
Is there?
I think I note.
And on the condition that forestry conditions are met, are followed through with.
Okay, with the forestry condition in there. Okay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion is approved. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 8, 40 Forest Grove Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got a number of variances, including driveway width, number of points of access to a driveway, east side yard setback, vehicular access location, stair width, front yard landscaping, number of platforms on a rear wall, vehicular entrance width, and 2 variances pertaining to platform areas. On file, we have material from the applicant, a memo from transportation, and a staff report from community planning, noting that this may be a modified application. We have the agent with us.
Yes, I'm here. Name is Alex Overholt from 1140 the Queensway, Etobicoke.
Thank you, Mr. Overholt. It is my understanding that the application before us today is going to be modified. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair, sir. We worked very closely with community planning to revise our application to eliminate 4 separate variances and reduce the 2 other variances as well.
Wonderful.
The drawings have already been updated and submitted as well to the COA to showcase these changes.
Very good, very good. That's always good to hear. I'm going to pull up the public notice and I'm going to ask you to take us through the variances one at a time and just indicate which variances are being changed, starting with variance number 1, pertaining to the proposed driveway width. Is there any change to that?
Yes, so the driveway width has been reduced from 10.36 meters to 9.7 meters. It is a 3-car garage, so in order to provide appropriate access to the parking spaces within the garage, we do have to encroach with a variance for the width of the driveway.
Fair enough. Let's hold off on the planning rationale for now. Let's just, for administrative purposes, let's just note the modifications and then we'll get to the merits. So variance number 1 modified from 10.36 to 9.7 meters.
Correct.
And variance number 2, any change?
We have eliminated this variance by altering the driveway to accompany more front yard landscaping.
Wonderful. Number 3.
This variance remains as is.
Okay. Number 4.
This variance also remains as is.
Okay. 5.
This variance has been reduced to reduce the size of the stairs from 3.05 meters to 2.44 meters in width.
Okay. 6.
Variance has been removed.
7.
This variance has also been removed.
8.
This variance remains as is.
And number 9.
This variance has been altered to reduce the area of one of the platforms on the second floor to be 9.94 square meters rather than the previous 14.01 square meters.
9.94, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the new number. And variance number 10
eliminated.
Is the same. Oh, eliminated.
Good. Yes, sir. Yeah. Eliminated.
Okay, so, all right. Given that we've got quite a few modifications here, I don't think we need a full presentation, but if you can just speak to the variances that are remaining, that would be helpful for us.
Not a problem, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind pulling up the site plan, actually, I think it's a better diagram to show everyone here.
Yeah. I understand there is a revised site plan as well.
I believe if you scroll down, this might be it. I can quickly identify if it is the case. This is indeed the revised site plan, yes.
Ah, very good. Okay.
All right, may I?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So as previously discussed, we are looking to develop a new 2-story residential dwelling with a 3-car garage with a focus on feng shui, hence the U-shaped driveway. We're looking for relief from 6 separate variances that we have identified moments before. Now, in our initial submission, our application was looking for relief from 10 different variances. We worked closely with planning department as of late to revise our application so it is better suited to meet the intents of the official plan and zoning bylaws. This has resulted in the removal of the 4 variances as previously identified and the reduction of 2 others. Now, allow me to describe the variances we are currently pursuing. The first variance being the driveway width of 9.75 meters located at the front of the house. You can see that in the small revision bubble. The width of the driveway is due to provide proper vehicle access for the 3-car garage there. It's quite difficult to meet the intents of a 6-meter wide driveway when we have a 3-car garage. So this is why we do pursue this. The other variance being a side yard setback of 1.8 meters along the east property line. I understand the 1.8 meter side yard setback is associated with a single-story dwelling and 2.4 meters for a double-story structure. As you can see, the east property line does taper aggressively away from the structure, so that 2.4 meters of side yard setback is easily obtained the farther you move down the property lines. Third variance being the vehicle access from a major street rather than the flankage. I would like to note that the existing driveway entrance is located along 40 Forest Grove here, as you can see in the front of the site plan. If we were to entertain the idea of having a driveway from the flankage street on the left, we would have to pursue the removal of a few city-owned trees as well as an existing utility pole, which could become quite challenging, you could say. The fourth variance being the exterior stair width of 2.44 meters. It was reduced. We are looking for an increasement of 0.44 meters from the zoning bylaw. And the last variance we are pursuing has to do with the area of the second-story balcony alongside the primary bedroom, of increasing the area of 9.94 square meters rather than the allowed 4 square meters. Discussions with the planning community, they have advised that our revised variances are minor in nature. They're happy to proceed in providing their support.
Okay, thank you very much. I just also note that we do have some recommendations from transportation in their memo. I just want to make sure that you're familiar with those.
I didn't see the transportation memo uploaded to the development applications portal, so I'm not quite familiar, no.
Sure, staff, is there a transportation memo that did I miss? Yeah, we've got it up there.
No problem.
Yeah, if you can take a look at it, are you able to read it?
I am, yes, I'm reading it
Okay.
right now.
Yeah, I'll give you a moment.
Thank you. Now, I do note that the one condition to reduce the driveway width to meet the front yard landscaping. Now, we have provided an alternate solution where we have revised other hardscaping elements and the shape of the driveway to meet the front yard landscaping, and we now do comply with the front yard landscaping. But again, due to the nature of the 3-car garage, we are still pursuing a driveway width of 9.75 meters. But again, variance number 1 has been eliminated. We do now comply with the double entry driveway and the front yard landscaping compliance.
I think you might have been referring to variance 2. Variance 1 is concerning the driveway width, and there's a reduction of 9 point, just to confirm, it's 9.7, not 9.75?
It is 9.75. Thank you.
Okay, so slightly less reduction. We'll just make that note because I had 9.7 when we went through the modifications. That's fine. That's just for the record, make sure that we note that the modification to variance number 1 is a change from 10.36 to 9.75. Okay. Okay, any further questions at this time? Okay, let's take this into committee for a decision.
I can put forward a motion there, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Given the modifications made here by the applicant and noting the staff report that supports it with the modifications presented here, I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions. Variance number 1 be reduced to 9.75 meters. Variance number 2 eliminated. Variance number 5 reduced to 2.44 meters. Variance numbers 6 and 7 eliminated. Variance number 9 reduced to 9.94 square meters, and variance number 10 eliminated. And given that we now meet the landscape area with the modified plan, the comments from the transportation memo, I feel are satisfied, so we will not tie those to them. And that is all.
Okay, thank you. I have a second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. The motion carries. The application is approved as amended.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, item number 9, 42 Edgecombe Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got variances for the number of stories, lot coverage, floor area for an ancillary building, lot coverage related to an ancillary building, rear main wall height, number of stories for an ancillary building, driveway width, and rear yard landscaping. Okay, on file, I've got material from the applicant, staff report from community planning, various form letters of support, a letter of objection from 81 Kimbark Boulevard. And we have the agent or applicant online.
Good morning, Mr. Members of the Committee. Would you like a presentation today?
Is Ms. Wild?
Yes, it is.
Your address, please?
12 Holloway Road.
Okay, thank you. Just give us a moment. I understand that this is going to be a modified application?
Yes, it is.
Okay, very good. Let's pull up the public notice. I'm going to ask you to take us through the public notice, variance by variance, starting from the first, and just tell us what is being changed.
Okay, so variances 1 to 5 remain unchanged.
Okay.
Variance 6 and 7 have been removed. And variance 8, the last line should read, the proposed rear yard landscaping area is 47.12%.
Okay, so we've got an improvement to the rear yard landscaping to 47.12.
Yes.
And you've noted variance 6 and 7 are eliminated.
Correct.
Very good. Okay. 1 to 5 remain.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you are aware of the staff report from planning?
Yes.
Okay, let's pull up the report. I'm going to ask, just going to ask you if you can address the report specifically.
Sure. Okay. Well, really, the planning report is concerned with the cumulative effect of the coverage of the ancillary structure and the reduced soft landscaping. So after consulting with them, we revised the plans to remove the second story of the ancillary structure, to remove the width of the driveway, and to increase the soft landscape, all of which, resulted in this cumulative effect of the coverage. I do have a presentation, so I'm not sure if that's enough for addressing the report right now and going through, or is it something that
no, of course. I do think a presentation might be a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to provide you that opportunity. I think sometimes we can address this through questions, but I think given the given the application, a more fulsome presentation may be helpful.
Okay, I'll go quickly through the points that, like for example, the number of stories was not of concern to anyone, and You see many examples in the photographs. The second variance for coverage was also not of concern to community planning as it related to the full size of the lot, the overall coverage. There are many examples that were approved, the greatest of which was 27 Caribou, which was 39.38. Now, my client, the homeowner, is in the room and he had a small schematic. So really, I know that's been too late to submit. So what I just wanted to point out is that the house itself has a coverage of only 24%. So in a way, we're being penalized by dividing it and putting the ancillary structure at the back. 35% coverage was illustrated, visually, but it would mean that we would just come right out to the side yard setback. We're not requesting side yard setbacks. We're not requesting building length, etc. It's really just coverage. So what we're requesting is maybe 1.2 meters longer than will be required at 35%. Yet set 27 Caribou is about 2.4 meters longer than would be required. It's hard to explain without the schematic, but what we're being, because we've divided into two portions, the coverage seems large. The total area is over the allowable for the ancillary structure, though the detached garage isn't common in the neighborhood. A similar project was approved at 16 Otter Crescent. This project was approved for an area very similar to ours at 42.26. It also had variances for the height of the garage and the side yard setbacks, as well as the length. We've been very conscious of the impact on neighbors, and so we didn't request any side yards or rear yard setbacks. If you see, all the neighbors adjacent and impacted by the position of this garage signed a letter of support when the second story was removed. The area is larger because the space is important to my clients as a place for storage of children's toys, a place to do hobbies or work on bikes. The garage is located within the required, as I mentioned, within the required setbacks. The permitted height of all the exterior walls was another variance, but it was supported by community planning as well as neighbors, so I won't comment on that one. After consulting with community planning and the adjacent neighbors, the second story was removed, but after consulting with them as well, we understood their impact of the cumulative effect of coverage, and that's why the soft landscaping was reduced substantially. If it's still of concern, variance 7, the variance 9, or the last one, can be, or variance 8, I'm sorry, can be eliminated completely. The one in which we improved it 47.12 from the 50 required. It's minor, but it's quite all right. But having said that, soft landscaping variances were approved in the neighborhood. 109 Kimbark, which is a street right behind, and 109 is on the map, the area map you have attached to the notice. It was approved for front setback, a front soft landscape of 40.4 versus the 50. 22 Edgecombe on the same street was approved for a rear soft landscaping of 42.5%. We're providing more than that. The impact of the ancillary structure located at the back of the house does not impact the physical character of the neighborhood or the physical characteristics of the properties that face the Edgecombe Avenue.
Final words?
So really, my final, we feel that it meets the test, and also keeping in mind that community planning was concerned with runoff, but any application going to building permit will be, a grading plan will be provided and prepared by a surveyor and submitted for permits, and it has required that you cannot drain onto adjacent properties. If French drains or sump pits need to be provided, which we don't feel that they will need to be, they definitely would have to happen on the subject property and not on runoff onto adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you note that variance number 8 could be removed with respect to the rear landscaping? And I'm just curious, you're at 36.45, the bylaw requires 50. Where would the additional 13.5% come from?
So we already improved it by bringing it to 47.2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's so minor, the difference is so minor that
I
we
got
feel
you.
that, yeah.
No, that makes sense. And I'm glad I got that clarification because I was under the impression we were still at 36 point. They're
Yeah,
not
no.
removing it, but they believe that they're improving it.
Right. Sorry, you got cut off. I
Sorry,
understand.
did you say, is that variance modified then?
Yeah, variance number 8 was modified to read 47.2. It originally said 36.45.
Okay, we got that? Yep. Yeah, just modifying it. Yeah, that variance is being modified. For some reason, I noted it as just remaining, but yeah, I might have missed that.
6 and 7 have been removed.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna keep it as a modified variance then?
If
40
necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, 47.2%. Okay. Yeah, we've got a question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can you explain how variance 3 is not impacted by taking off the second floor? It would seem to me the total floor area of your ancillary building should be less.
It was a mistake on the original zoning notice. She didn't include it because I put it as storage and it wasn't included in the overall area. So when we removed it, it didn't change.
So it's correct now.
Oh, so that only,
It is correct.
that's only for the one story, the 52.95.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe we have the owner here as well, if you want to acknowledge him or go through your questions first.
Sure. I mean, we would typically have, one speaker per party, but if is the owner here in person? Welcome. If there's anything that you would like to add, we're happy to hear you. But I would ask that you come down to the mic and state your name and address for the record. Yeah. Make it.
Hi there. I'm Jared Schwartz. I'm the owner of 42 EDGECOMBE, the subject property. I think my architect summed everything up. Pertaining to variance 8, there is no issue with removing it. The modification was made by refining the driveway path, so it's a marginal difference. If I'm happy to make any adjustment to that to bring it up even past 50% if that would help. But I think the gist, I think you get the gist of it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
What?
It's a good question. Well, my understanding is that what the agent advised us is they were going to leave it as a modification.
I can.
But we have the homeowner, so perhaps I'll ask again. What would we like to do with variance number 8 concerning the rear yard landscaping?
Please remove it. I think, yeah.
We remove it? Okay, so we're going to remove variance number 8. Okay. Okay, any questions? If not, we are ready to move into committee. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's take this into committee. Yes, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. In reviewing the application and especially the modifications made here today, I do see it as overall being minor and meeting the 4 tests. I understand the lot coverage is slightly over, and I understand the nature of the ancillary building. Overall, the coverage of everything is within an acceptable parameter by my analysis. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to variance 6, 7, and 8 being removed.
I believe there were some modifications to number 2 and number 10.
No, there's
No.
no.
Okay.
There's no number 10.
Disregard. Thank you. Yes.
There's no 10.
I apologize, Mr. Bartolo. Yes, it's your motion on the floor, and we have a seconder. Second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion carries. The application is approved.
Thank you so much.
All right, number 10, 208 Douglas Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling and detached garage at the rear. On file, I have, there are a number of variances for the application, including building depth, FSI, front yard setback, west side yard setback, rear yard landscaping, to name a few. And on file, I have material from the applicant, staff report from community planning, and a letter of concern from 265 Bedford Park Avenue. We've got the agent with us in person.
Good morning, Chairman and the committee. My name is Xiaowei Chen, the agent on behalf of the owner. My address is 70 Northern Crescent, Toronto.
Thank you. And I understand that this is a modified application today?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's pull up the public hearing notice, and I'm going to ask you to take us through it.
Okay. So we originally have 11 variances. So 2 of them will be modified, 3 of them will be removed.
Okay, let's go through one at a time. Just take us through, starting from the first variance, and let us know if there's no change at all, then just let us know that.
Okay.
So variance number 1 for the building depth.
Number 1, keep as is.
Okay, thank you.
Number 2, keep as is.
Yep.
Number 3, keep as is.
Mm-hmm.
The complicate is for the number 4. Number 4, because I read the staff report. Before that, we discussed with the city planner. He does not agree with the proposed west side yard setback. This one, because we encumber to the right of way. He was asking for the confirmation of the easement is not a vertical easement, but unfortunately we cannot provide this confirmation. So if it's difficult to approve this one, we can remove this one, the west side setback.
We're going to modify the variance because that particular variance has. Really, it's got 2 variances in there. It's got the east and the west, so we're just going to modify
keep the east side yard setback as is.
As is, and we're gonna scratch out the west side yard setback. So you will provide a 0.9 meter setback minimum then on that side.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. So variance number 4 has been modified. Specifically, the west side yard setback has been omitted.
Yeah. Please keep the east side yard setback 0.545 meters. Keep as is. Still remain there.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So number 5 modified. They increased the soft landscaping from 26.32 to 33.4. Number 6 keep as is. Number 7 keep as is. Number 8 modified to 0.406 meters. Both the number 5 and number 6, we have submitted the revised site plan to the committee. So you can find the site plan from AIC.
Could you just clarify, variance number 8, you said is increasing to 0.46?
Yes, setback more from 0.1 to 0.406 meters. increase
406 or 46?
406.
406.
406.
Very specific.
Sorry about this.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's 60 inches.
Okay.
0.406 meters.
Got it.
Okay.
Number 9.
Number 9, number 10, number 11 eliminated. So all 3 removed.
All 3 are gone. 9, 10, 11 are eliminated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So you've got 3 eliminations and 3 modifications.
Yes, correct.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just give us a moment now. Ask my colleagues whether they require a full presentation or perhaps it's just some questions.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have one question. Do you know what the soft landscaping is on the property right now?
Yes.
Do you know what the percentage is in the rear?
It's very tiny because there was a existing detached garage there. The garage is very big. I did not calculate the soft landscaping there, but it was a little.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm hoping you might be able to speak to the variance for the front yard setback a little bit. When I reviewed the sort of datum line on Douglas Drive, and I'm looking at the front main wall, or I should say the setback of all the adjacent properties on the street, they're very in line from the, they're all very consistent. I'm just wondering why this one, and I do recognize that it is a bit unique that it is on the end. The lot adjacent is on another street, but I'm just wondering why this one in particular should be afforded the right to encroach into that front yard setback more than the other neighbors.
You miss variance number 3?
I believe so. Just check. Yes, variance number 3.
Okay. Thank you. So
It's about
this
0.8
lot,
meters total.
Yes. So this lot is a very different lot because in the east side, the lot faces all the rear yards of the 46, 48, 50, and 52 Elm Road. So the east side is no building, no house there.
Right.
Only in the west side, we have a building there. But based on the zoning bylaws, front yard setback should be aligned with the left and the right side. So now, so ask us to align with the 210 Douglas Avenue. There's no house in the east side yard. So we believe the setback is acceptable to the neighbors because all is the 210s beside the neighbor. The east side is the rear yards for the neighbors.
Okay. So it's the answer is it's really a matter of the fact that it's because it's an end condition, you don't have a
Correct.
property
Yes.
on the other
It's
side.
yes, it's an end lot. Kind of end lot.
Is there anything, is there any particular reason you decided to come forward that specific amount? Or is it just a desire to intensify as much as you can?
Yeah, because the client want to build more GFA, not just 2,000 some square foot.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's an honest answer. I appreciate it because
Yeah.
I did have a little bit of concern with respect to that one variance just because there is a pretty clear datum line with all the other homes on the street, and the street is not one that is curving or bowing, so it's that front yard setback. I'm just trying to find the planning rationale to, feel comfortable with enabling the building to come forward an additional 0.8 meters. Any other questions? No? Okay. All right, it doesn't appear we have any more questions, and I don't see that we have any more speakers, so yeah, so I also note that we did have one letter of objection from one of the neighbors. I guess you've read it as well?
Oh, yeah, I read that because based on the variance number 8, you know, the number 8 modified the setback to 0.406. So we have more room for the car turn left, turn left.
Right. You've
Yeah.
increased that variance
We
there. And
are
I
increased.
appreciate that you've addressed that neighbor's
Yeah.
concern there. It's always good to see that dialogue unfolding. Thank you, Mr. Fazeli, for pointing that out. Okay, if there's nothing else, then we're prepared to move into committee for a decision for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have one question. Sorry about that. The front yard setback, is that mainly to that bay window, or is it the whole face of the house?
The face of the house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You can take a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take this into committee for a decision.
I will start.
Okay.
If that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Of course, Ms.
I
Casson.
don't share the same concern as you about the front yard setback, given what the applicant explained, that it's kind of a transition between the end of the one building to the east and then the frontage. So, you know, sort of an in-between. So I
Yeah.
don't share that concern. And I know that these types of lots, we always have, when there's a laneway and a detached garage off the laneway, there's always a reduction in soft landscaping. It's sort of because of the having a detached garage in the rear yard.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's
You
going to
need the access too.
Exactly. And, you know, sometimes it's just a nicer look than having the integral garage out front, you know. So
I agree.
don't have as much concern about the soft landscaping, but I'll listen to my colleagues.
You said there was a concern with the soft yard landscaping or the rear?
Soft landscaping in the rear yard.
At the rear, yeah. I mean, it is nice to see that they did increase it. Quantitatively, it's a pretty big number to justify, but I take your planning rationale with respect to the challenges from having a rear garage and what that might do. Yeah, I'm satisfied with the front yard setback, to your point. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room, given that it's at the end. And there is that adjacency to the other property, which is facing the other street, and more forward, I should say. It is, also good, I should note, to see that the applicant's in line with the recommendations from community planning. Variance number 5 has been modified. Yeah, to match the staff report. 33.4%.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if no one else wants to make a comment or move a motion, I'm ready to make a motion for approval of the application as amended in accordance with the planning staff report and the changes that the applicant has indicated. There are no forestry conditions, so that's my motion.
Okay. I just confirmed staff, you're okay with the modifications? I have them if you... Yeah, let's read them out. Maybe we can just...
Okay, I have that number 1 is as is. Number 1, 2, and 3 are as is. They're staying. Number 4 is to modify to remove the variance from the west side setback, and maintain the east side setback. Variance 5 is going to increase the soft landscape to 33.4%. Variance 6 and 7 are as is. Variance 8 is going to change to 0.406. Variance 9, 10, and 11 are going to be removed.
Very good. That's what I have. Okay, we've got a motion, second by Mr. Fazeli. Yes? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion passes. The application is approved. Congratulations, sir. Okay. I just check in with everybody. It's now 12:35. We've got 3 left. Can we push through to lunch? Yes? Everyone good? Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 11, 205 Courtleigh Boulevard. The purpose of the application is to facilitate the construction of a new dwelling with variances before us for FSI. On file, I have material from the applicant and a letter of objection from 181, 179, 203, 221, 209, 168, 217, and 250 Courtleigh Boulevard, and 84 Hillhorse Boulevard. Okay, let's get the agent online.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
And welcome back, Mr. Shakiri. A presentation, brief presentation from you, please.
Indeed, if I can have the support material displayed, we are here before you with sole variance for FSI, and I think we all know that FSI is not the indicator of the building mass. If we go to the first page, and I think my support material was in color. Not sure why this is in black and white, but I can move on. This is the proposed design. It's a neoclassic house, very similar to the other houses in the neighborhood, and it doesn't have any raised entrance or any sort of odd elements that makes it different than the houses in the neighborhood. If we go to the second page, that is the previous design that we currently have a building permit for. So comparing to this, we have reduced the mass, so the building is smaller in mass, while we have raised the FSI, so we have managed to incorporate some living space inside of the attic, and we've changed the material to brick, which I believe is more cohesive with the character of the neighborhood. The page after that shows the proposed design with the that yellow highlighted area is the mass that we are taking away from the currently permitted house. So there is not going to be any eaves, and front forehead of the house is going to be set back, so it will look smaller. The next page is showing the current design, which we have modified. And again, that highlighted area shows the mass that we are taking away. If we go to the next page, these are, that's the side elevation, that red dotted line. And this is the proposed design, current proposed design. That area is eliminated, removed from the current design. So we are also reducing the mass on the back side of the building, significantly reducing. The next page is showing the current permitted design. That yellow highlighted area is going to be eliminated. So the mass is going to be reduced. We go to the next page. These are the samples of the houses in the area. This one is actually very important because this house has an approval from the Committee of Adjustment for FSIs that is greater than what we're proposing, along with another 10 variances, 11 variances altogether approved by the Committee of Adjustment. And the overall classification of the architecture at this house is very similar to ours. We have different materials and different kind of architectural articulation, but this also has the recessed roof elements that affects the building mass. And then there are some other examples. If we go to the next page, same type of architecture. And this is very important because you see the side house. The house on the side is a 2-story house. And it looks significantly taller. And that's a very, very, very good demonstration of the fact that the FSI is not a very definitive scale to measure the mass. Next pages, if you can go through, it shows other houses in the neighborhood, showing the fact that we are not proposing anything significantly different than the other houses in the neighborhood. You can turn pages until you get to the page R, but these are all samples, and you see like the mass of these buildings are mostly larger than what we are proposing. This is the existing house, number 205. The 209 and that 211 actually is a typo. That's the number 215 Courtleigh. I apologize for that. You can see there's the presence of 3-story houses in the neighborhood, including the adjacent homes that are significantly massier than what we're proposing. And based on that, I believe what the mass we're proposing is appropriate. We go to the other pages, and you see comparables. This one is the 239 that I showed as the first image. It has an FSI of 0.766, plus so many other variances approved by the Committee of Adjustment. And as you go through these evidence, I submitted the other cases on Courtleigh, on Briar Hill, on all the adjacent and proximate neighborhood. Some of them are significantly higher than 76. The one that you just passed is 86 FSI, and it's basically we are not setting any new precedent with regard to the FSI. We are not asking for any other variance. We are not massier than the previous approval.
Thank you.
And
yeah, just final words, please. We're just over the 5 minutes.
No, I'm almost done, so I just stop it here, respecting others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I could see you were getting to wrap up there. Okay, any questions at this time?
Yes. Could you just explain, through you, Mr. Chair, the FSI, the additional FSI over what was approved originally, I take it by TLAB, the increase is due to the 3rd floor? And my second question is, just to confirm, the design and the approved original design always had windows at the front?
Sorry, if that question is for me, yes. The additional FSI is for the third floor addition, which is entirely inside of the attic. And also the rear side of that attic is eliminated to reduce the building mass. And if you don't mind repeating your second question, because I couldn't hear it.
Sure, sorry. I'm just looking at the designs from your presentation, and the original approved design showed windows in the roof line of what would be the
Yes,
attic or third floor, correct?
Yes, but those were dummy dormers, basically articulating the architecture. So in that sense, there is no difference because we had those elements and we still have those elements.
Yeah,
so the
yes,
classification of the
thank you. I was just trying to clarify that. Thank you.
It looked like a 3-story. Now it is a 3-story, basically.
Okay. I mean, it's, thank you. That's very helpful. I was trying to understand myself, what had changed here because from the presentation, my understanding was that the massing, the overall impact has actually been reduced. But we're back here for variance for FSI. But I'm curious to see what some of the neighbors have to say. And I know we have some other speakers. So we have one more question, Mr. Fazeli?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The question is for the applicant. You demonstrated some examples of the FSI in neighboring houses. Particularly, there's one photo that you mentioned, the adjacent neighbor. By any chance, do you know the FSI number for those houses? The two houses, I don't know if it's on the east or west, I'm not sure. But do you have any ideas for those?
For which one particularly, Mr. Fazeli?
It was a 209, I believe.
209, no, because there is no record of the committee of adjustment. Looking at the photo that I presented, that is a 3-story house.
Yeah.
We checked with the other images that we could find online, and most of the third floor mass is actually on the back side of this house with a very, very large dormer on the rear side. I believe that the FSI is comparable, but the massing of this building is larger than what we're proposing, including the height. I believe the height of that building is also taller than what we're proposing. And that house has a 3-story. I do not have access, a solid evidence of what's the floor space index of that house is, because the house is not new and there is no record in the city hall that we could search. Maybe maybe staff can pull that out. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
Other questions? Okay. I believe we have some other speakers. Let's get our first one online. Oh, we've got in person. Welcome. Your name and address.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. The name is Kemerer, K-E-M-E-R-E-R. My first name is Mark, and you'll have my letter of 26 June in front of the committee. It's from Macmillan, LLP. I'm here representing Alan Hutton of 203 Courtleigh Boulevard and Colin Moore of 209 Courtleigh Boulevard. And they are behind me, and I think they'll want to speak too. And they are, of course, the immediately abutting neighbors to the subject property. And I start by saying that I have a sense of deja vu, because we were here before this same committee less than 3 years ago, where this same committee turned down an FSI of 0.65, saying it was inappropriate and did not represent good planning for this same house. Now, as you'll know from my letter, and likely from the file, the then applicant, appealed the decision of this committee to the TLAB, and you have the TLAB decision attached to my letter. And of course, what TLAB did, I was representing the same neighbors, and then the present applicant today assumed that appeal. So we signed minutes of settlement with that same applicant using this same architect. And that FSI agreed upon was 0.5999, just shy of 0.6. That FSI of 0.6 was approved by TLAB, and it was approved based on evidence by the applicant's planner that 0.6 was the appropriate FSI for this property. And in my submission, given what this committee decided not quite 3 years ago, and given the TLAB decision, it makes no sense from a planning perspective that 0.75 FSI represents good planning and meets the 4 tests. There has been no change in relation to this application on the part of the province or in part of the city that would say 0.75 FSI represents good planning. And so we submit to you that the previous decision of this committee should be the decision of the committee today. I also note that with respect to the applicant's submissions here, it's disingenuous to say FSI doesn't contribute to mass, because in this case, it will contribute to mass, and you have the same significantly large building. But what the applicant didn't tell you is that they have not only changed the FSI, they've moved the proposed building in front by 2 meters of both side neighbors. That is not compatible with the streetscape. And in my respectful submission, and this committee will maybe know this better than I will, in terms of determining what the front yard setback is, the zoning bylaw requires that you take a median of the setbacks on either side. And that cannot be the case here. Moreover, what the applicant has not told you is that the building length is increased. The previous building length approved by TLAB, and that's why there was no minor variance for it, was 16.99 meters in length. The bylaw requirements, the maximum length is 17 meters. What you have now, if you measure, is a length of 18.21 meters, which is in contravention of the bylaw. So we have a couple of concerns, and you see that from my letter. One is, as I mentioned before, an FSI of 0.65 was considered by this committee to be inappropriate. Secondly, there are a number of variances that are not identified for this committee. And that's because the applicant, again, this same applicant, same architect, had a zoning waiver. So this proposal was not vetted by Toronto staff. And in my submission, that's not, what you have before you is not the whole story. And certainly, when you look at that planning is supposed to be based on certainty, what is before the committee is not certain. So that in our submission, what's going to happen is that if this was approved, the applicant or the owner would take this for a building permit, and the City of Toronto staff would say, wait a minute, there are other variances here. And we'd be coming back to the committee before. Again, and that's not fair to my clients to have to continually come back before this committee because this same applicant, this same architecture is now producing new plans. Plans which violate the minutes of settlement, plans which depart significantly from the approval by TLAB. And so on those bases, we ask that this committee turn down this inappropriate FSI. And I want to finish by talking about the fact that the applicant has produced to you, after we submitted our letters of opposition, certain what they consider to be precedents in the neighborhood. Now, the one precedent that they talked about to start with wasn't opposed by any neighbors at this committee. The other precedents they produced to you are not representative, are cherry-picked. They're not representative of the street or necessarily this area. They are on other streets as far away, for example, as Castlefield Avenue. What the applicant hasn't told you, that there are other more recent variances, for example, at 185 and 183 Courtleigh Boulevard, which were 0.58 and 0.62. That's what was determined by this committee and or TLAB as appropriate variances on this street. So I know my time is running out, and I just want to summarize by saying what's before this committee is not appropriate in terms of planning, does not satisfy the 4 tests, does not tell you the whole story because it doesn't represent the number of variances which are actually required, and certainly is not representative of recent approvals on this street. So again, on that basis, I would ask that this committee turn down the application. And I'm happy to answer any questions in terms of my presentation to you.
Okay, thank you. Question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, one question. At T-Lab, the application that was before the panel there was for a two-story house. So the third floor was not proposed to be occupied. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's a great question, because you'll note in the minutes of settlement, which of course is a private document, but adopted by T-Lab in its decision, the minutes of settlement, this same applicant, this same architect agreed that they would not occupy the third floor, that they would not come back for a minor variance for habitable space on the third floor. And T-Lab, in its decision, approved a house which had no habitable space on the third floor, on the basis of not just those representations, but on the basis of professional planning evidence retained by the applicant that it was inappropriate to have that third floor occupied. So that third floor was for a design feature only. It wasn't intended to be habitable space, and certainly not to intensify the use of that property in that regard. So that third floor was always considered not to constitute habitable space, and that it wasn't appropriate for that.
Okay, but I struggle with the fact that there's existing houses to the, I'm not sure whether it's to the east or the west, that have third floors with occupied space.
Or fake.
Existing.
Or
Well,
they could be fake.
some
you
are
wouldn't
fake,
know.
the new ones could be fake, but the ones that are existing clearly have third floor occupied space. So how do you address that?
Also, I have a question about the impact.
Yeah.
It's a smaller, but it doesn't
So
cover the mass.
one of my clients has a tiny space on the third floor, but that's with an FSI of 0.6. The other client, the other house referred to, does not have an occupied space on the third floor. So many of those houses either have sort of, you'd consider like an attic space which is not really habitable, or again, are for design purposes only.
Just to follow up on that, I mean, what's the impact here? I mean, whether the FSI is granted or not, they could, my understanding, based off of the application, they could go ahead and build regardless, but they could then just say, we have no access to our third floor. So, I mean, my question is, if you have, part of the homeowners that are occupying part of that third floor space, what's the impact to your client? Because the massing, as I understand, doesn't change. I do understand you did note that the building did get pulled forward, which I do notice on the site plan, and I'm going to get to that. I would like to know more about that. But with respect to the third floor, whether it's occupied or not occupied, my understanding is because they're trying to now occupy the third floor space, which was already there with the approval, it's now triggering that FSI. So then I ask, okay, well, what's the impact then? If the space within the house is habitable, is it creating any sightline impact? Is it creating any undue massing impact?
No, very good questions. Thank you. So it has immediate impacts and then longer term impacts, which are, to start with, as you mentioned, they're moving the house forward. So that has impacts in terms of like the streetscape and my clients on either side coming out and then seeing this massing in front of their
Yeah, that
houses.
I understand. But let's just get to
No,
the
that's
the
fair enough,
challenging
yeah.
argument is you've got space that's already, they've got a building permit. They've already got this third story space. So they're asking essentially us to give them permission to make it habitable by increasing the FSI. But if it's not, I guess the irony in this case is to facilitate access to that third story, they've actually gone ahead and reduced the massing on the third floor. I know whether or not the massing's increased in other places is, I think, still to be figured out. I still have a few questions about that. But with respect to the third floor itself, it seems like the roof structure's been reduced. And they're only asking the FSI to essentially occupy space within the massing that already exists. So I'm trying to understand how that, is materially impacts the neighbors in a negative way. If the massing itself is not changing. At least with respect to the roof, because I know the front is different.
That's right. The front is different, and we've talked about that. But in terms of, it's still a significantly large house beside my clients. It allows for a greater intensity of use internally, so that possibly has an impact. But it has a longer longer term impact in the sense that, so you saw the applicant's presentation today. What the applicant will do next time is say, oh, you know what? This committee approved 0.75 at 205 Courtleigh. So, I don't know, let's say, 219 Courtleigh or something should have, 0.75 as well or more.
Yeah, we don't base it off the numbers. It's when we're looking at FSI, and I heard a comment come out, I think, from one of the presenters today about, FSI doesn't really regulate the massing. It does. It is there to regulate massing, and I agree with that submission. But then the question is, it's not necessarily the number of FSI, but how that massing or how the increase in FSI is negatively affecting the massing. But in this case, the applicant's coming forward and they're saying, well, we've actually shrunk the massing. We've shrunk the roof, we've tapered everything in. It's actually less of an impact.
Right.
You see where I'm at here?
No, I understand where you're at, of course. And I mean, it's an obvious question because, it's one we anticipate that it remains, again, a significantly large building. Yeah. And I don't think that the revisions to it will significantly change those type of impacts. But at the same time, and again, I go back to the idea of precedent. I understand the planning principle that precedent, the committee is not bound by other precedents. But I mean, I look at what the committee today asked the applicant. They said, what about this one house? What's the FSI there? Right. And so that's always, I mean, you have the principle of like no precedent, but then you have the reality of applicants, and I'd probably do the same thing on behalf of the applicant too, coming before this committee and saying, you approved this, this, and this. And that's why you have those decisions up there. And that's why you have committee members saying, well, what is the FSI of that house? Right. And that is, practically speaking, a real impact and a real concern for my clients. Because if you approve this at 0.75, there are going to be other applications on this street or in this immediate area which will come back and say, well, we want 0.75 or 0.78, and maybe the massing is deployed in a different way that will have impacts. And so that is a real concern here. And again, I mean, if this committee said, 2.5 years ago, 0.65 is too much, then surely 0.75 is too much. And it relates not just to the exterior, but what happens on the interior, and that is with respect to the intensity of use of this property. So I don't know if I've answered the question fully, but there are a number of impacts, both with the intensity of use with respect to the precedent, and frankly, this applicant promised both the neighbors, in terms of planning search, and he promised the neighbors and promised TLAB and said that this was appropriate at TLAB, they would not come back and asked for habitable space on the third floor. And why? Because my clients, then and now, think that regards an intensity of use which is not appropriate on this street. And so that intensity of use, in my respectful submission, is something that should not be approved by this committee for the reasons I've already set out. So there are a number of impacts, both on the exterior and both on the interior.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions at this time?
I do have a question, but I'm not sure I think it's for the agent.
Okay.
I do have concern that I think you brought up.
Let's go back to the agent, maybe.
All right.
Because I think we have some follow-up questions. I'd also like to know a little bit about.
And I'm certainly happy to return to the podium to answer any other questions.
I'd like that. We may like that. We've got to.
No, I understand.
Our protocol, and
I think my clients as well wanted to provide some personal.
I think we've exhausted quite a bit of time on this. If there's something new that they'd like to add that hasn't been discussed, we've got to keep it very brief.
I understand.
Because it's 5 minutes total, and procedural fairness is of.
I do have an important question, though, because I think that there are some variances that have been missed here.
For the question for the agent.
Okay, for the agent.
Okay,
Yeah.
Very quickly, we've got another speaker. It's Mr. Hutton.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank
And
you.
your
Good
address
afternoon.
is?
My name is Alan Hutton. My wife and I reside with our middle, profoundly disabled son at 203 Courtleigh Boulevard, which we acquired in 1981. Our property is immediately east of this proposed redevelopment. I will do my best to be very brief. My comments are less than 400 words. There are some 41 homes on Courtleigh Boulevard between Avenue Road and Mona Avenue, legally defined as our immediate neighborhood and very different from the sample houses that were earlier tabled. After many stable decades of reasonable and respectful renovations, there have been 4 tear-down redevelopment projects with multiple variance applications to the then current bylaws. Each unsuccessfully tried to expand on previous projects as if any previously approved variance had become the new bylaw. None had approached this requested FSI of 0.75. This scope creep pattern was again challenged in 2019 at the Committee of Adjustment, as mentioned by my legal colleague, and denied during that hearing, and the appeal to 183 was also denied and has been approved at a lower FSI of 0.58 by a developer on what I would call a build to sell, not part of the neighborhood. Most recently, the new owners of 201 Courtleigh, immediately to our east, decided the existing FSI of less than 0.55 fully satisfied their needs and was in harmony with the neighborhood where they wish to live. The footprint has been maintained and the interior rebuilt to a modern design. Like 183, this application is a build to sell by a developer with no ties to the neighborhood. It has similarly experienced a COA hearing where all variances were denied. A subsequent negotiated agreement was signed by all parties, including lawyers and planners, on July 2022, and the plans were approved by TLAB on March 23rd, 2023, with a firm FSI of 0.60.
Okay.
This agreement
Sir,
would
final
not have been
words?
accepted nor signed by the owners on either side with an FSI of 7.5. It had no merit, and we believe has no merit now. We would ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Yes.
Mr. Hutton, with respect to this application, having the increased FSI in the 3rd story when they could have it the exact same or similar mass and design, how does them having access to their 3rd story negatively affect you?
Well, it's basically the same height, actually a little more height, and it's the height that was more of a concern once the rest of the building. The fact that they shrunk the 3rd floor has little impact on us because the first 2 floors are already the critical mass, and it becomes the height on the 3rd floor. So that's part of the concern.
I understand that, but the matter before is purely on an FSI basis, has nothing to do with the height of the building. They can already build something that is taller, frankly.
I think there are height bylaws that would
There are
be
height
challenged.
bylaws.
Yes, and they're already at that, they already have an exception at that level. This is an entirely new design, a new build, a new position on the lot, and a significantly greater requested FSI.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the agent to come back. We have another speaker?
Yes.
Yes? Are you from the same address?
No, I'm actually from 209 Courtleigh to the west.
Oh,
And-
okay.
Yeah, and I can
Alright.
keep this very brief. I realize the time. I am represented, yeah.
Yes.
I could speak for 1 minute just to,
Do we've already had your representative speak, though.
yeah.
Yeah,
or did
I
speak, right?
I really would caution, because if I really need to, follow procedure here, and I've already allowed above and beyond 5 minutes. It frankly, it could do more harm than good if I'm not, I want to ensure procedural fairness here. So it's 5 minutes per party. If there's an agent or a representative, I can provide a little bit of latitude, but I believe we already have with the last gentleman that came up. You all are represented by the same, okay.
That's right, yeah. If you feel it's more a distraction, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
sticking up.
I think it's important that we observe, process here. And I want to make sure that all parties have a fair opportunity to present. I would like to go back to the applicant to allow them an opportunity to respond, and I believe we may have some questions for them at this, once they're finished, their response. Do we have Mr. Shakiri?
Sure. A few of the statements that Mr. Kamara made, I think I disagree. One of them is that we weren't before this panel with another application. The previous one was made by Mr. James Johnson. That was the previous owner of the house, and it was he who appealed to TLAB. That you can look at the TLAB decision. His name is as the appellant. Sometime during, as they were going through the TLAB proceedings, they sold the house to my client, and my client basically inherited from application that had been refused with several variances. Perhaps the Committee of Adjustment, I'm sure you look at the merit of the application, and you might actually refuse something of a smaller FSI, while you look at the other variants, other cases, such as 239, for example, CORTLEIGH, and you approve a significantly higher FSI because you look at the merits of the application. So maybe the merit of the application wasn't good, and you had to refuse it. And he also mentioned that I was the same architect. I wasn't. That was wrong. And he also mentioned that same architect agreed to that minimum subsettlement, which he presented. No, I wasn't part of that at all. I believe whatever agreement that had happened, it must have been in context of the same TLAB proceedings, which we basically, my client does not want to use anymore. That's why we're coming with a fresh application. We are increasing the FSI, and that FSI is not having any impact on the mass. As a matter of fact, we are reducing the building mass. The issue of the additional variances came up, and I can, based on my experience, I can tell you there is no more additional variance than an FSI. There was an error on the site plan. Yes, that was a previous site plan. There is a new site plan on file. I think this is not the last one I submitted, and I think this happens because when you go to the AIC, unfortunately, when you sort out the documents based on the date, it doesn't sort on the chronological order. It sorts based on the alphabet. And that has been causing a lot of problem for the past 2 years. Perhaps your colleagues are going to address that sometime soon. But the last drawing that they submitted, if the staff can display it, it shows that the proposed house is in line with the other two neighbors. It is not any longer than yes, this is the right one. It is not any longer than the previous house. Maybe Mr. Kamara is measuring the front canopy. Maybe he's measuring that rear bump, but that's not how the building is measured. It's measured from the main wall to main wall, and in this case, this is 16.99. You can see it on the right side and on the left side that the means of the building, like according to the zoning bylaw.
Sir, can I'm just going to jump in. I apologize, staff. Could we just pause the clock? There's just a little bit of confusion. So the site plan that's up on the screen, is that the most updated site plan that we have?
Yes, sir, indeed it is.
Because I'm looking at a site plan whereby the building is pulled forward significantly on a different drawing here.
That was erroneous. That was actually noticed by the community planning when, and as you can see, they have no objection, and we corrected it. We submitted the correct site plan, which is in line with the other two neighbors, and this is the one. Obviously, if it goes any farther than this, it is going to generate a variance, and we do have to come back to this committee asking for another variance, which we don't want to. The only variance that we're asking is the FSI at this point, and that is by means of occupying the room on the attic, removing a big portion of the attic, and removing the eaves, so that in any aspect you think of this design, visual. It's significantly smaller than the one that we have a building permit for.
I can't have you back for.
Can I get clarification? I was aware that it would be, the breakfast area is integral to the overall building length. And so why has that not been included in the building length? And that would take it to 18.22, which I would need clarification on what the allowable building length that would not trigger a variance would be. So I don't understand that.
Ms. Martin, that bump out at the back is not considered as part of the building length. That is described on section 10, 20, 40, 20 of the zoning bylaw. While it is part of the floor space index, which we are counting, it is not part of the building length according to 10, 20, 40, 20. And it provides, if you want, I can
really?
I can, yes. I can read that section of the bylaw. Let me just
Okay.
open it. One story extension to building length if required. On a lot with a required minimum lot frontage of more than 12 meters, a detached house may extend beyond the permitted maximum building length by a maximum of 2 meters. In this case, we're only 1.2. We could go to 2 meters. If the extended part A has a maximum height of 5 meters, we are less. B is no wider than 50% of the width of the building, which we are less. C is at least 3 meters from each side lot line. That is section 10, 40, 20, bracket 2 of the zoning bylaw.
It complies, it complies. I mean, it's not our job to just assume it.
And we are not, by the way, we are not asking for a building length variance at all.
He won't provide it, no. No, I mean, it's up to the applicant to ensure that the submission that they're making is correct, and we have to take it at face value. So if they're coming to us and they're saying the only variance here is FSI, right? If there are other variances that turn up, they're gonna be back here, and this whole thing's gonna have to be reviewed again, including the decision
The only
that we
other
have
one
today.
that I noticed was there's more than, there's two platforms above the second story.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was missed or whether there's no, that doesn't apply in this neighborhood.
Yeah, there's certainly. Okay. Sir, I just want to confirm, my colleagues have some concern that there's a number of variances that may be missed here. So you're just aware that, there may be some other variances and you're willing to take, you're aware that you're taking responsibility for the fact that we've only got an FSI?
Yes, and there's only one platform, and I'm unaware of the other one. If there is any other one, maybe Ms. Martin can point to it, or if that's true, then we are going to have to come back to you. So we've done our due diligence. We are pretty sure that that is not the case.
Okay, I have one more question from you. I know we've taken a lot of time in this file, but I think it's important to understand it correctly. Is there any change to the footprint of the ground floor on the site between the T-Lab approval and what's before us today?
That's a rear bump out that you can see that breakfast area on the floor plan. Used to be 60 centimeters. Now it's 1.2 meters. So it's marginally larger.
Okay, so you've increased the kitchen bump out, but the setbacks on the side, the front yard setback, everything else is in line. And I apologize, there was a bit of confusion because there's a site plan up on the screen that's showing the entire building pushed forward into the front yard setback.
Yes, I must apologize for that because that was error on our side. The community planning thankfully noticed that We corrected it. We submitted a correct site plan, and the one is on display right now is the correct one.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if there's any questions from my colleagues at this time.
Not to beat a dead horse, but I have one more question for the applicant. Regarding the platforms, there's an accessible area on the 3rd floor of 4 square
Yes,
meters.
that is the one platform I'm talking about.
But there's also one on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, that balcony, but that's another error. So we cannot have a balcony over there. If you want to make a note of that, but anyways, we are going to have to change it if we go for the building permit. And I apologize to Ms. Martin because she was right. I missed that part. That is not supposed to be about, but either or we have to remove one of them, but we are not asking for any variance for that. That is an easy, very easy fix.
So just to clarify, which one would you be keeping, the 2nd or 3rd floor?
Perhaps we're going to keeping the 2nd one because that's access from the master bedroom.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So if you're keeping the 2nd floor one, that exceeds 4 square meters. So you would have to go for a variance on that.
When the guardrails are set, but the way the guardrails are set back, that's not going to be more than 4 square meters. I think that's mentioned on the drawing. Yeah, 3.43 square meters. Yes. So that is less than you measure the accessible area, which is from the guardrail to guardrail. So that is less than 4 square meters. It is mentioned on the drawing. 3.43 square meters.
I must have measured something different.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody that's come out today. Thank you, everybody that has come out to speak in support or in opposition to the application. I think it's time now that we take this into committee for a very brief discussion and a motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to start the conversation or the discussion in committee. I understand the residents' concern after going through the TLAB process, how frustrating it would be to see an application like this. But in the case of one of your prior questions about the impact on the neighbors of using the 3rd floor attic space, notwithstanding the fact that they may have committed to not use it, I'm struggling to understand what that impact is. It doesn't concern me as much. I would recommend that the balcony on the 3rd floor not be permitted, because I think if any impact of a 3rd floor occupation would be that balcony space. And then I think the applicant has resolved the questions regarding the building length and the other setbacks, and they would be caught at building permit stage anyway if there were some discrepancies, in which case it would have to come back for another variance. But given the fact that we are considering just the one variance for FSI today, I personally don't have a big concern with it.
I would agree. I think in this case it's actually it's very stressful as a neighbor when you get a new build like this, and I certainly can understand emotions because I've been through it myself. It's a unique case because I believe that in this case what the applicant submitted is actually better than what's been approved at TLAB. It's certainly from a massing standpoint. I think the step back of the roof it's a nicer building. And I think the impact is, from a massing standpoint, is less. I did have some serious concerns with respect to the site plan and the whole building coming forward, but I think that was, I think we've addressed that was a administrative or a clerical, that was just done in error and since been corrected. But I also just wanted to be very mindful that in allowing this, we're not authorizing any additional, it really is to authorize the use of their attic space, essentially. But I just want to make sure that we're not enlarging this massing, certainly especially towards any of the neighbors' properties that may create any undue impact. But in this case, it seems like they've not only built within their massing, but they've actually reduced it. So I'm okay to support this as well. Maybe a motion. I do like your the recommendation about the access for the third floor. I think it's a mindful condition in consideration of the neighbors. You want to break it? See where it goes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm willing to make a motion to approve this application. I think that although the number is significant above what is permitted by the zoning bylaw, given the what is proposed in terms of the actual building and the fact that this FSI increase beyond what TLAB had approved for the original application to occupy the third floor space can be considered minor. And I'm not as concerned with the argument by the neighbors about the intensity, because you could have a secondary unit in this building and it would increase the intensity of the use, but it's permitted by the city. So I think I can say that it is minor in nature and meets the 4 tests. I think that the building looks like other buildings on the street. It's desirable for that street. And I think the only condition I would put is that there is no third floor balcony space, platform, whatever you want to call it, so that there's no possible impact on the neighbors from that third floor space.
If I may, I'd also maybe like to tie to the elevations, and I'll maybe just, because I think the applicant is in good faith in occupying that space, has made an effort to modify the building and bring those angular planes further in. Frankly, it's a much better looking building from the proposed from what was approved. I just like to see some of those amendments that were made by the applicant carried forward in good faith for the benefit of, for the benefit of everybody, really. But also to assuage concerns with respect to the increase in FSI.
The only other thing I'm just wondering about is the site plan. We can't tie it to the site plan because the site plan we have before us is not correct. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe the revised site plan.
Date? Okay, that would be helpful.
Yeah. So that one, that's.
But it's not in the what was circulated.
Do we need
so,
to? Yeah.
So we could, and those elevations, those revised elevations are in this package as well, I take it? So we could tie it to the approval to the July 3rd package of site plan and elevations? Does that?
Substantially in accordance?
Substantially in accordance, thank you. Oh, was that you that said July 3rd?
Let's. No. Is there an indicator on the drawing that could help?
Staff, do we have a date on those plans? Oh. Well, let's. Mine,
I have June
mine says June
17th.
10th.
Hold on. What you're looking at is the original submission. Which one do you want? You want the one that he submitted recently, as in like.
The last.
Right?
Yeah.
I think.
Supporting document.
Okay,
That should be that one right there.
That's,
so that's the June 17th?
it's in the supporting
We
document.
can't do that?
The new drawing.
Yes,
was-
it is. The original's June 10th. No, June 17th.
Oh,
I think. Staff can confirm? Okay. All right. So the June 17th package of material, I take it there's elevations in there as well? Okay.
I just want to make sure this building isn't coming out
Yeah.
into
it-
the front yard setback.
So we should tie it to the site plan and elevations dated June 17th.
I'm sorry, I cannot, I cannot have any discussion at this time.
Talking about drawings we had no opportunity to study and react to,
Oh,
and the comment was made that consistent with the other buildings on the street, only 4 of the 40.
I understand. Staff, can we also confirm the drawings that are in the package, they have been circulated and are up on the website? This is not, I just want to make sure that this material has not been submitted separately. I'm not going to defer. So they haven't been. You might have to, yeah. I don't know, it hasn't been circulated. Do we have to confirm with the applicant whether or not? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna take us out of committee right now. We did, just to clarify a couple of things. Ms. Casson, you had a question, I think? No? Regarding the drawings, and the submission?
No, I think just for a question for the applicant to clarify, this revised site plan that shows the building, the new proposal in line with the setbacks of the adjacent dwellings, that was received yesterday by committee? Could you just confirm that?
I have submitted this 2 or 3 times. The last time was yesterday, but before that I have submitted it. And again, it is very confusing with the AIC, because when you sort, you can test it right now. When you sort the dates, it doesn't sort in correct chronological order, and that is actually bringing a lot of confusion.
Okay,
My
Paulin, do we
suggestion
have
is
a
that
drawing? Sir, I'm going to interrupt because we're taking a lot of time on this file and I got to move us along. Is there any drawing that we can tie to that has been submitted in accordance with the submission deadline?
The one on the screen.
Okay, we do. So we do have that drawing on the AIC.
Yeah, but July 3rd is past the deadline.
2 days past the deadline. Oh, 2 days ago. Okay. Okay, so, I mean, and that's the only drawing we have, the only site plan, that's the only updated site plan we have, is the one that was submitted late.
Mr. Chair, with or without that site plan, it doesn't generate me a right to push the house any forward. So I'm not going to be able to move this house even a centimeter forward than what you see. So it's very, to me, is very clear that I cannot go, I mean, the building department is issuing a permit based on the variances, not based on the drawings.
Mr. Chair, if I just want to say, if you decide to proceed today, I wouldn't recommend you tying it to the July 3rd submission. Is that a fairness? So
We
if
would
you,
have- yeah.
if you proceed today, you would only be going with the variances that are submitted
Yeah.
and that you deem appropriate to approve. Is that a fairness to the neighbors?
Of course, yeah, okay, so, yeah, okay, let's, we don't have any other questions? For the applicant? None? Okay, let's go back into committee now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw my motion for now. I think it's not appropriate. I'm not comfortable approving the application with the package that was submitted originally because it doesn't show the building in the correct location.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that it is shown correctly so that we can tie it to the site plan and to the elevation drawings, and that we've got the correct ones that
Yeah,
we have been discussing.
I might also add, I think it's also, you know, in fairness to the neighbors, for them to be able to have the opportunity to understand what's being approved and the drawings that were submitted.
Yeah.
So, and I hate doing this, but we spent so much time on this file, but you know, we got to make the right decision here. Maybe.
So I'm going to make a motion to defer this application in order for to ensure that the applicant has submitted the appropriate site plan and elevation drawings. And so that when it comes back before us and is re-notified, it has the correct drawings attached.
Yeah, I might also add, it might be helpful to see the drawings from the T-Lab, but that's for the applicant to decide, just in case, just to confirm that we are dealing with a conversion of attic space here and not trying to increase the envelope in different directions.
Right, the T-Lab makes reference to attached drawings, but I don't think we had them as part of our package.
Yeah, and if we did, they were a little blurry to be able
okay.
to, but, okay. Yeah, I will second your motion.
I would also like to see any variances that weren't picked up to be picked up in the next.
They may or may not need them, but
Well,
that's for
they
them.
were willing to take out the third-story platform.
Yeah, they may want to check with planning to make
So-
sure there's no additional variances, or that
Correct.
they're not relying on
I'd like them to
variances that
check
were-
to make sure
Fair
there's
enough.
no additional variances.
Okay,
And the applicant might want to take note of the fact that we were going to recommend removing the third floor balcony space. So he might want to reflect that in his elevation or in his floor plans.
okay, very good. So we got a motion. I will second the motion. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, Mr. Bartolo and Mr. Fazeli opposed. The motion carries. The application is deferred.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 12. 193 Bedford Park Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with a new rear carport. We've got variances for west side yard setback, FSI, rear main wall height, lot coverage related to an ancillary building, rear yard landscaping, and setback pertaining to an eave. On file, I have material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and multiple letters of support. Do we have the applicant or agent online with us?
Yes, my name is Tom Sprague.
Your address?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we.
Yes, that's good. Yes, Tom Sprague. Our firm is Sprague and Company Architects, and our location here in Toronto is 156 Duncan Mill Road. I'll give a very, very brief background to this application. The owners have lived in their house for 10 years now, and they do now require additional living space for their family. As well, they like to build a new house, and at the same time, they'd like to build a carport at the back to put a cover over their two cars they have at the back, which is one of the reasons for the accessory ancillary building at 15% versus 10. I should say that they've talked extensively with all the neighbors and all have expressed support and no concern with what's being proposed. Just with respect to the other variances that you do see before you, I'd like if you would please just quickly pull up a cover letter that I sent on June the 27th was. Yes, there it is right now. And that puts into perspective just immediate houses very, very close to 193 Bedford Park, other variances. And as can be seen from this, what we're asking for is very much in keeping with the size and scale of other homes in the area. Of particular note, there's approval last month for 168 Bedford Park, which was 0.93 times exactly what we're asking now. So just in summary, my feeling is that what's being proposed here is appropriate in nature, minor, and many of the neighbors are very, very supportive of what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
I want to be.
No. No questions. Okay, it doesn't appear we have any questions, and we're ready to move into committee for a decision for you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's take this into committee. Yes, Ms. Martin.
I propose to approve this application subject to forestry conditions.
Okay, yeah, I see urban forestry number 1 there. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion carries. The application is approved. Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last item of the morning, item number 13, 84 Glen Grove Avenue West. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got variances for front yard setback, FSI, platform encroachment into a front yard setback, building length, front yard landscaping, and front yard soft landscaping. On file, I have material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and multiple letters of support. We have the agent with us.
Yes, this is Mark Carrozza. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Mr. Carrozza, I understand, I see on my list here, we've got 2 owners as well, and we have an area resident in person. Do we have the area resident in person here? Michelle Rutherford? Oh, and are you here to speak in support or opposition? In opposition, okay. Mr. Carrozza, I'm going to ask for a brief presentation from you. Let's get the clock up.
Okay. So there was a presentation that was submitted late because there was a letter of objection that was published online yesterday, and I was informed to let the presenter know so that it can be accessed and viewed. Yes, that's the one. Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
is
so
that file, when was that submitted?
this was submitted this morning. There's a date stamp on the top right.
Okay, sir, I caution about introducing evidence before a hearing of this in this nature because it doesn't allow time for ourselves or others that want to participate to review that information. Is it possible that we can rely on some of the other
I mean, yeah, this just adds it's just photos of the existing site.
I understand, but the other people that are listening in, they're not able
Okay.
to see what you have on the screen, right?
Okay.
So again, I have to follow procedural fairness here.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so
Yeah.
so basically the property owners are planning on building a traditional style home that will fit within the neighborhood. This new home will suit their growing family and their needs. Their children are planning to stay at home while they attend university and anticipate many more years, given the high living expenses in the city. The new home will become a multi-generational home that will accommodate their parents at some point in the future. We're looking to seek relief from 6 zoning bylaws. Number 1, the minimum front yard setback is 10.15 meters, and we are proposing a minimum front yard setback of 8.56. Although the proposed home does not comply, we are going no further than the front main wall of the existing 2-story home that is currently there. Number 2, the permitted FSI is 0.35, and we're proposing 0.79. There was an FSI analysis of the neighborhood from an application in 2022 that illustrates the approved FSI variances and their values. And basically, they're ranging from 0.5 to as high as 0.8216, which is the property 2 houses down at 76 Glen Grove Avenue. And we are proposing an FSI under that. Number 3, the platform encroachment without main walls. The allowable encroachment to a front yard setback is 2.5 meters, and we are requesting 3.11 meters with only a 0.61 overage. Basically, by doing this, we're improving the privacy for the neighbor to the east, 80 Glen Grove, since currently the front entrance is at the side of the existing home, and by moving it to the front, with a covered porch, we're relocating the front entrance there and giving more privacy for both 84 Glen Grove and 80 Glen Grove. Number 5, the minimum front yard landscaping is supposed to be 50%, and we are proposing 43.27%. So currently the existing home is raised well above the street level with a detached single car garage that is underneath the front yard and is currently not great for drainage. Although there is grass visible on top of the garage, the area underneath can be considered hardscaping due to the hard concrete structure of the underground garage. The proposed home will have an attached garage that is above ground and will improve the landscaping and overall drainage of the property. And the last variance, a minimum of 75% of front yard must be soft landscaping, and we are proposing an area of 53.26%. In addition to the previous notes about the underground garage, we can also propose permeable driveway material to help improve the front yard and drainage of the property. To conclude my presentation, I just want to note that the property owners visited their neighbors individually and had a conversation about their application and what we are proposing. We were able to obtain 9 letters of support and 1 letter of objection that was published yesterday, and apparently 2 more letters of objection in person. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at this time? Yes, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, for the applicant, could you have you calculated what the existing soft landscaping is at the front, and in comparison to what you're proposing?
You
know what that
you
number
give
is?
me a second.
Okay.
I don't know it off the top of my head, sorry.
If you need
Maybe
a
we'll
sec-
come
take-
back
take
to
a
him on
second
it.
If you need a second. Yeah.
Can try to pull it up.
Sure. Anyway.
Maybe we'll come back to that. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I would like to hear from our area resident Please come on down to the podium and state your name and address for us.
Hi,
I'm Michelle Rutherford, owner and occupant of 80 Glen Grove Avenue West, directly to the east.
Okay.
But before we start the timer, I have a matter of administration to flag. I would like everyone to be aware that the applicant has close personal relationships with members of the C of A board, both as a immediate family member as well as a friend. So I just want and hope that there's been no conflict of interest or special
I need some clarification on that.
I can't hear.
Oh. The concern? I wanted to note that the applicant has personal relationships with members who are on the C of A board, family member, as well as a board member, friend.
Yeah, well, just at the beginning
Not
of the
here.
hearing, I asked if there's any declarations of interest, and this particular panel, the North York panel that's on today, had no declarations of interest. So that there are instances where there are conflicts of interest. If those are identified, then the member will step out and not be a part of the hearing. No, but
no one here. I just wanted to flag it because I just don't know what happens behind the scenes.
For sure. Well, I can assure you that this is
Thank
the
you.
first that I'm hearing of it, and from the reaction from my colleagues in the room, it's the first we're hearing of it. So if that's any assurance to you,
Thank you.
then
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, as a regular person, we don't know what happens, right?
no, of course, it's a fair question to ask. 5 minutes on the screen. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello, committee, and thank you for your time. I'm here representing my husband and my family. And unfortunately, the opportunity to review the plans in advance of the CAA was not reciprocated to us. And so based on the plans that were submitted, we do have concerns about the significant negative impact that these variances in aggregate would have on our ability to enjoy our home as we currently do today. So additionally, there are also negative impacts to our immediate neighborhood. Specifically for a family enjoyment, the combined variances of the front setback and length of home creates a situation where my entire west side will be of a 2-story brick building. And so from the front, it will protrude 5 meters ahead of the side of my building and 3.5 meters from the back. And I do want to flag that the west side of my building is shorter at the request of the applicant because we did take their concerns into consideration when we built. The extended building length will also mean that there will be a 2-story building protruding into my backyard and overlooking my backyard, creating significant shade and blocking the west sun and openness that we currently have today. So today, our vegetable garden thrives on the western sunlight. We enjoy our backyard and our family dinners with western sun. And so not only is the proposed building 2 meters longer than allowed, the proposal plans to have even deeper depth with a length of a back deck that's also elevated. And this back deck will be 0.8 meters above grade. And note, they're higher than us as it is because they sit on a hill. So this enables them to have complete views into my home from the back. So all of my downstairs living area, as well as my upstairs living area, which includes a bedroom and a bathroom. And they'll have access to all the fun activities we have in our backyard. So I think we can all agree that privacy is really important and necessary to be comfortable in your own home, and the privacy and comfort that we currently enjoy will be eliminated with this proposal. Additionally, front setback and length variances combined create the FSI variance of the 0.79, and the FSIs above 0.7 are not the norm for our 2-story buildings in our neighborhood. In our neighborhood, and I know they shared a FSI comparison, but those are all 3-story buildings or multiple floors buildings. So in our neighborhood, properties with FSIs above 0.6 include a basement or a 3rd floor. So specifically as an example, 36 Heather, right behind us, was approved for an FSI of 0.8, but that included the basement and the condition that the above grade floor area FSI was 0.59 and no more. Additionally, 76 Glen Grove, which was brought up, immediately to my neighbors on my east, have a 0.82 FSI, over 3 stories. So just want to, without that, they're definitely closer to 0.70. And in addition to the negative impacts to my enjoyment of our home caused by the shadow and elimination of privacy, this proposal also has impacts to our immediate neighborhood. First, the front setback of 1.5 meters will break the sight line. They're smack dab in the middle of the section of our street. Both sides will be blocked by them. Additionally, they're proposing a double driveway, so a variance, which seems to be overlooked. It's going to reduce the already limited street parking that we have by 1, maybe 2 parking spots. And so I think if our neighbors had seen or known that there was gonna be a double driveway with less parking, they would probably be a little less supportive. Additionally, double garages are not the norm for our neighborhood. They're not within the characteristic, especially not for lots of this size. This double garage replaces the softscape for a larger driveway. So in summary, we believe the requested variances are not minor. They do not meet the 4 tests. We ask the board to consider the significant negative impact on our ability to enjoy our home as we have been able to for the past 9 years with west sun exposure, openness of view, and privacy well in our home, as well as the negative impact to our neighborhood through the interrupted sight lines and reduced street parking with the new development. We respectfully ask that this application be reviewed on its merits. And we do want to flag that the significant risk of shade and privacy will also impact 88 Glen Grove, the neighbors to the west of 84. They are currently away. They've been away the entire notice period. This is the time of year they always travel for extended period of time. And lastly, we hope the board recognizes the letters of support were submitted were form letters written by the applicant. They do not demonstrate that our neighbors have reviewed in full the plans or the variances, nor that they understand what their full impacts are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Quick question for you.
Yes.
Your house is number 80.
Yes.
And from my site visit, it looks like it's a relatively new build.
Yeah.
And I did make a comment prior to today about a front yard step back of your garage. And
Yeah.
maybe you can just,
Why it's further back?
why is it further back is my
Because they
question.
asked us to not block their front door.
Okay.
So I moved it.
And you were, I guess, involved with the construction of the building, is it? Okay, very good. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Do you know what your FSI is?
66.
Okay.
With the
Okay.
3rd floor.
With the 3rd floor. Okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions. We will go back to the agent. I recognize there are other speakers, but I have them listed as owner, so I'm going to assume that the owners are being represented by the agent. Okay. Mr. Carrozza,
Yes.
can you confirm that the other 2 people, Ms. Lorden and Mr. Byatt, are your clients and you're representing
That's
them?
correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I'm going to turn this back to you and provide you an opportunity to respond to only those comments that were made by the immediate neighbor.
Okay. So I guess I can start with the rear, well, the privacy issue at the back concerning the rear, our rear uncovered deck, wood deck. So after being on the site, so 80 Glen Grove, they currently have a exterior deck off the 2nd floor. So even after this rear wood deck in a new home is built, their 2nd floor deck will be looking down onto this rear uncovered deck. And I mean, if it would help, we could also install privacy screens around this wooden deck on the east and west side to give more privacy. Sorry, I was trying to get the FSI, the front yard landscaping here for you.
Sorry, sir, you're looking for a figure or number for us?
Yeah, I was just trying to calculate the front, the existing soft yard landscaping.
Right. Okay. I might also ask, I think, well, we've got moving into our Q&A portion. I have some concern with respect to the front yard setback. I'm just trying to understand the planning rationale for enabling a new building to be constructed forward of both of its neighbors on either side, particularly when one neighbor, there's a clear, there's some language there with respect to the built form that steps in part of their massing towards yours. So I can see why that condition now is frankly a little bit more exacerbated, just given the fact that there is quite a bit of difference in setback. But I'm hoping you might be able to comment a little bit with respect to those variances related to that front yard setback.
Yes, so unfortunately, the presentation wasn't, I'm not able to pull it up, but it was illustrating photos of if you were to stand right at the existing front main wall of 84 Glen Grove, it's essentially lining up, let's say, with the front porch of 80 Glen Grove, and then all the way to the west side, I believe it's 2 houses down, they have a covered porch that protrudes past this wall or slightly past this wall and even lines up with where we're proposing the front yard setback to be. And our intention was not to go past this, the existing wall. And currently it's a 2-story home, so we're pretty much putting the same facade on the same location.
Okay, so the setback of the adjacent building, you're saying that you're proposing your building is in line with number 80, or at least the section number 80 where it comes out into the front yard? Do you have those numbers that could support that? Because on the survey, I'm seeing a 10.3 meter setback, number 80, to the portion of their building that comes out the furthest into the front yard.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you're requesting an 8.56.
Yes, the property owners were hoping to maintain this as their existing front main wall and proposed front main wall. And again, the photos, I know it's saying 10.3, but to the front porch of the home to the east, it's almost lining up. And I believe it's also 88. I'm just looking at the city mapping system. So it'll be 88 Glen Grove. It's not showing on this site plan, but there's a covered porch on 88 Glen Grove that's essentially in line with the existing front main wall of 84 Glen Grove. And further to the west, it's 94 Glen Grove. That house also pretty much lines up with the front main wall.
Okay, so you're basing the location of your front main wall off of the location of adjacent porches?
And also the existing adjacent front main walls of properties to the west.
Right.
But it's not their front porch relating to, it's their existing front main wall. Or at least a front main wall of a covered porch.
Right. Okay. Other questions?
I have one there, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bartolo has a question?
With respect to this front yard setback, your survey, unless I have something wrong, shows the existing setback at 8.55 meters, and you're providing 8.56, essentially the exact same setback as it is today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, and just to confirm, this is a new dwelling, right? You're not maintaining any of the existing walls from the old house?
No, we're not. It will be a new dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question.
Ms. Martin? Yep.
Your FSI of, what is it, 79%? Does it include your basement?
So we do have a zoning notice. We got the ZAP completed, and it wasn't flagged to include the basement. So we're just also basing it off of the building department's review of this.
No, so does it include your basement or not? Like, is it the 3 floors or just 2 floors? Just the first and the
It's
ground and second floor?
it's the ground and second floor.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, have you calculated the number from my colleague?
Oh, sorry. I'm still working on it. Sorry. So area 82.5.
I think so. You're looking for the front yard landscaping? Yeah.
Is it the total? But was it the percentage of soft, or was it, yeah?
Okay.
Is it possible for the property owners to speak? I believe they're calling in.
They're going to give us a number, unless they're going to give us a number, because we're in the Q&A portion, and I'm about to move us into committee.
Yeah, it's 416-838.
Wait, hold on.
87.
Hold on. What are we're calling them to get a figure on the front yard landscaping?
Mr. Chair, unless the owners are going to provide that number immediately,
Yeah.
there are 5 minutes. Collective 5 minutes has well expired.
Yeah. Thank you.
No worries. So I got
It's
the
okay
number
if you
here,
don't
so
have it, just then state you don't have it. It's all, well,
okay. All right, no worries. And I don't want to provide an inaccurate number.
fair enough. I
Sorry.
respect that. Did the porch. Okay. All right. If there's no further questions, I would like to move us into committee. Okay, I'll start us off with just a few comments. I do have some concern with respect to the front yard setback. I did, prior actually to hearing from the neighbor, I did notice that there was a very kind of clear setback on the neighboring house to the adjacent property, which I think with this condition that's presented is further exacerbated. The fact that you've got a front yard setback that is, I mean, it's certainly from a quantitative standpoint, any front yard setback over a meter, frankly, I think starts to show. And I think that issue is further exacerbated by the fact that the neighboring property, which was just built, and to what she said, they stepped back the garage in response to the adjacent property. I think that makes the condition, frankly, a little bit too much to swallow. When you're looking at it from a front yard standpoint, because you're dealing with a number of different step backs, and I think this one just steps a little bit too forward from all the adjacent properties. And then the other thing I noticed is there's a couple of variances in here that all relate to that. So I think by reducing that front yard setback, all of those other variances now start to come into play. And other variances that I might have concern with, like, for example, soft yard landscaping. You got to have something in the front yard left to be able to start to meet those requirements. When you start to encroach too far forward into that and you add your porch and all of your other components, it's very hard to meet the bylaw. But I think that's really a result of the fact that this house is just set too far forward.
Sorry, may I comment on that?
No. No, it's a new building. Right, but they're tearing down the building and they're proposing a new building. So why do we have to go off of an existing, if they're taking an existing home, adding an addition, something within it, I think that's reasonable. But when you're tearing down a building, you've got a vacant lot, you're starting from scratch, and you're asking for all these other variances. I don't think it frankly, I just don't think it's a good planning rationale to build something because something else was there grandfathered in the past. It frankly doesn't exist, and there's no indication of it. So,
But if you don't allow the front yard setback that's requested and you approve the building length, you're pushing the building further back into the neighbor's.
yeah, it might be a
Yard.
problem.
Yeah,
But
I'm just commenting.
I just think like
I agree.
there's a clear kind of step out. I think they're taking a bit too many liberties here. And I hear the thing, you know, it's existing, but the purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. So I'm treating this lot as a blank piece of land.
They have indented it a bit with the porch, right? They've indented it, not to the extent that.
They've indented it, but it's a raised porch, and then you
Yeah.
add the porch and the stairs, and it just adds to the length on the adjacent neighbor. Anyways, that's my thought. Yeah. Comments? Motion?
I just want to say, I think that the FSA is too great again. It's more than double what is allowable. And if we're not, there's virtually no landscaping in the front. And if if they push the building back, they're going to actually increase that sort of that notable, they're overhanging both sides already. So I'm not sure this is this might need some tweaking too. That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe a motion? See where it
What
goes.
do I make a motion for? A deferral to readdress?
Other comments?
Does anybody else have any comments or would like to make a motion?
I don't think it's pushing the building back. I think it's just pushing, like it might have to just be reducing the sides of the building.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
So. Okay, I'll make a motion to, let me just see. I don't know if I'm the right person to make this because I don't like the FSI, but I don't want to, I think they could reduce the FSI. Okay, so I'll make a motion to, I guess we could have
It's a lot of amendments.
defer this in order for them to reduce the FSI and also to reevaluate item 1 as well.
I know. Let's address so we've got a motion on the floor. Do I have a seconder for the motion?
Okay, so
we do.
that's fine.
I'm going to step in.
Somebody else
I'm
come
going to make a
forward.
motion to refuse the application. I think that there's just too much here that has to be modified, and I think that I take the neighbor's submission concerning the impact on the front yard. I think just because the existing building, which is being torn down, is there, isn't good planning rationale to justify why a new building should be built as far forward as it is. So I make a motion to refuse the subject application. Do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, the motion opposed. Thank you. Mr. Bartolo and Ms. Casson. Okay, the motion carries. The application is refused. Okay, that concludes our morning session. The time is now 2:13. We will resume at, let's say, 3:10 p.m., okay? Just shy of an hour? Yeah?
Sure.
I'm trying every minute we can. And to those that are in the gallery, I will do my best to make up some time. I do apologize. We will be back shortly to carry on with the remaining applications.